trying to fight the demons in my mind. I'll prevail with every battle if I'm right. Guess my aim was off, the target's out of sight. Would I be better if I left it all behind? 'Cause we could find a way, we could find a way. Find another place where we can just escape. We could find a way, we could find a way. Find another place where we can just escape. We could find a way. We could find a way, we could find a way. Find another place where we can just escape. We can find a way, we could find a way. Find another place where we can just escape. We could find a Just take my hand. We'll leave this place behind. No second chance. I know there's more to find. 'Cause we could find a way, we could find a way. Find another place where we can just escape. We could find a way. We could find a way, we could find a way. Find another place where we can just escape. We could find a way, we could find a way. Find another place where we can just escape. We could find a way. We could find a way.
Left brain. Don't say we can't, oh, just don't say another word. These thoughts you've imagined aren't real, aren't adding up. You fetched your ideas from nowhere, all from another world. Your logic's impaired, your full picture is cropped. 'Cause we both know one day they're just gonna try again. Without doubts, might say if all's gonna mend. We both know that one day the sun's gonna rise again. So don't pout for our sake, 'cause this ain't the end. gonna flop. You keep raising doubts without cause. All you feel is dread when logic is fair. If it's pain, it's ever gonna stop. Cause we both know that one day he's not gonna cry again. Without doubt, it's my say, if all's gonna mend. We both know that one day the sun's gonna rise again. So don't pout for our sake, cause this ain't the end. We both know that one day the sun's gonna rise again. So don't pout for our sake, cause this ain't the end. The sun's gonna rise again. We both know that one day they're just gonna try again. Without doubt, it's our say, if all's gonna mend. We both know that one day the sun's gonna rise again. So don't bow for our sake, 'cause this ain't the end.
Say I'm good-hearted, but I'm just getting started. Got my eyes on the target. No, no. Till the battle's won, till kingdom come. I'll never run. Best to give me your loyalty, 'cause I'm taking the world, you'll see. They'll be calling me. They'll be calling me royalty. Best to give me your loyalty, 'cause I'm taking the world, you'll see. They'll be calling me. They'll be calling me royalty. They say I'm dangerous 'cause I broke all their cages. No, I won't sit and take it. No, no. They left me for dead, I guess I'll never learn. Every time I break, there's just more pain to burn. They'll never, never, never learn. Till the battle's won, till kingdom come. I'll never run. Best to give me your loyalty, 'cause I'm taking the world, you'll see. They'll be calling me. They'll be calling me royalty.
Hello, friends, and welcome back to Global Gauntlet #1 Finals. You are watching a Splatoon tournament at this ungodly hour, so you must be really invested in this. So you already know who is joining me today for this very brief pre-show. I'm alongside KBot and ZEST on loan from Moonlight. I hope you two are ready for a long night of North America and the whole West reclaiming our honor from the last Splat World Series.
But apparently you didn't get the memo for the Hawaiian shirt. What's the deal with that, man?
I would. You don't want me to have a conversation about our shirts leading up to this, K-Bar. And I'm just going to leave it at that and instead roll along into the teams that you are going to be seeing today. Starting off on the Japanese side of things, we got 07 Quartet. And K-Bot, I know you've been taking a look into this team.
Yeah, so obviously the thesis for the event is a series of Japanese teams versus Western teams, and you see a preview of what may or may not happen on your screen right now. We hope that not to be the case, but you can tell everyone is operating at full force right now. 07 Quartet is the roster of Samurai Kasato and Suemaru, who you may recognize from last year's SWS. This is that E-Leader team that forced everybody to eel-tail in Game 2, which can't happen this time around, but nonetheless, it'll be exciting to watch this roster play. There we go. You see the roster on the screen now. And I think this should be pretty interesting. The addition of a Nautilus for that extra midline poking range should be very interesting.
Now taking a look into the Western side of things, one of the first teams to qualify in the first qualifier that we had a couple of weeks ago, Azure, a team that is a bit of a mix, that perfect representation of that United States and European flag. ZEST, what do you know about this team?
I mean, they're a great roster of players, and I'm excited to see what they can do versus Japan, because they formed really recently, but they've been playing very well together. And it's sort of not ragtag, but it's a group of players that you wouldn't think would mesh well together, but I think they've done really well for themselves with the weapons they have. Because they have Yoshell, presumably playing the E-Leader for them today, and I think that should be a good matchup into some of these teams.
Taking a look back over to the Japanese side of things, we got Emperor, one of the 6 Japanese teams that are going to be coming over here and playing, and going to be one of the victims that are going to be going up against Azure at some point. K-Bot, what do you got?
Yeah, let's make one thing clear. Emperor is certainly the victims in this story. Average X power of 4,254. You do not screw around with this roster. Of course, it is Lobster. Those of you probably very familiar with his play. Nigora continually impresses, especially on the heavy splatling. Saw that. That was, of course, the duo that won SWS last year. So it's going to be exciting to watch them play together. Then, of course, rounded out here. I mean, going to be pretty tough to beat, I would imagine, if you're any team on the Western side.
And if you don't know what the name Lobster means, don't worry, you're going to get very familiar with this player if you haven't been already. Speaking of familiarity, one of the more popular teams, or one of the most well-known Western teams in all of human history when it comes to competitive Splatoon, FTWin. ZEST, you've been a rival of this team for the past couple of years. How do you think they're going to be faring today?
We just scrimmed them very recently, last night, and they're in form. They're looking good. I'm excited to see how they can fare versus the Japanese squads, because, I mean, as you said, I thought you were going to end it on one of the most famous sports teams in general, but I had to say in Splatoon there. But they're a great group of guys, and I'm excited to see what they can do. Obviously, extremely talented, but when we sort of look at the difference here in XPs from the Japanese team we just talked about, an average of 4,200 versus FTWin's average of around 31, 32 is a stark difference. And we're going to see how well or how much that plays into account. But FTWin's a really strong team, so I'm excited to see what they can do.
Keo, Bursty, Biscuit, and Sam is the roster that this team is going to be rolling in with. It's not the same exact roster that they qualified with, and it's not the same roster we saw out of FTWin towards the end of the year. So we're going to see how much rust has been shaken off from some of those players that said they're retiring, and yet they're still here. We're going to take a swing now over to Japan once again to see if we can find a player with an XP in the 5,000 category, only in the mere 4,000s we've seen so far. What do you got about swing?
No, not quite yet, Popgun. But of course, I think most people who have watched any level of Japanese Splatoon will probably be familiar with many of those on this list. Norishio stands out as a player that's been around since Splatoon 2, was very prominent back then, now has picked up the Splatana stamper and has come up with highlight plays in Western tournaments. Reimaru consistently performs, Splash-O-Matic, very consistent. Momo is that Snipe Rider player that is also consistent. But the interesting player here, Popgun, is streamer Senna, has achieved an X power of 3,560 at the age of 11 years old.
How?
For context,
I don't know how that's possible.
For context, my marriage is knocking on the door of 12 years. So that's
What's your
and
marriage's
you know,
XP like?
it's weird to think that PJ's just 9 years away from being a top player in the universe. But they are going to have to go up against, at some point, what is considered to be the best team in the West. Undoubtedly, the team that has won pretty much every single major for the past year and a half when Japan is not involved. PXG, Gray Gross, Noah, and Jordan. The tried and true team that we've been seeing for such a long time. FTWin, this is the team we're going to be looking at to see, okay, can they beat one of these teams? Do you think they got it in them today?
Listen, it sounds so messed up to talk about this. PXG is so talented. They're so insane at the game, but they're fighting an 11-year-old on the other side of the stage, and putting that matchup makes it seem unfair, but I'm saying these players are so good. Like, hyping up both squads a lot here. Obviously Jordan has his XP, and Gray as well, having their XPs at 35 and 33 respectively, but that's in Japanese region versus the 5,000 XP that they got in the North American region. So they're very, very talented players in that regard, but chose to change their XP to the Japanese region for this. I respect that a lot, because Gray having 35 as well as streamer Sana, the 11-year-old on the other side of the field. They're probably going to run that blaster bucket zap leader comp that they usually go for. I'm excited to see how a roller can match up into that.
Gray with the very on-the-nose profile picture that works out just perfectly for what they're going for right there, hoping to do some damage, more than just one game that they are looking to win like they did in the Splat World Series finals last year. Last but certainly not least, one of the teams we're going to be taking a look at from the Japanese side of things is ZEST. K-Bot, what you got?
This team, Popgun, was at the bottom of our commentator doc. I thought it couldn't get much worse, and then you read the list on this. Shuma used to be the youngest player, high-level player in Japan. No longer is, clearly, but still is going to be consistent. Splash-O-Matic, and the longer they go on, the more experience he'll pick up. Chocopero, most people will recognize as someone who is pushed to the upper echelons of X Power, almost to 5,000. You asked for it earlier, Popgun. Very close there. Ryukun, also another one of those very consistent players on this heavy splatling. And that heavy splatling, as I think we'll get into discussion in a little bit here, Popgun, is one of the things that I will be most interested to see come out of Japan, both out of ZEST and out of that Emperor team we were talking about earlier.
And that's going to round up the teams that we're going to be taking a look at. Keep in mind, there are 12 teams total playing in this one, and we're going to try our best to get a good chunk of them onto the stream today as we get a nice little close-up visual of our lovely and talented K-Bot. We are going to get an up-close look at some varying play styles of the West versus Japan. Whenever Area Cup plays a tournament, we like to look at the winning comps and see, look what they're winning with. Why can't we do this too? So let's start off. ZEST, you are a top level Western player. I would assume you're invested in the meta of the West right now. What are you expecting to see play style wise, not from every single team in the West, but just in general from the Western teams?
I mean, play style wise, there's a lot of movement in the game. Like, I expect people to sort of be looking at the sides, taking the angles that they can. But weapon wise specifically, I still feel like the West is picking pencil quite a bit. When we talked about PXG, Noah can play that E-Leader, and I feel like they swap for the E-Leader Zap more often than they go for 52 pencil. But still, the West plays pencil quite a fair bit still, which in contrast to some of the things that Japan has been doing might not match up as well. But I think the West can play those sides and really run you down very aggressively in some of the pushes that they make, because once the West gets going, it's hard to stop. There's a lot of momentum in it.
K-Bot, when we were talking about Japan last year, one of the things people kept bringing up was how fast they move, how fast that they play. What are you expecting to see out of the Japanese teams that the Western players aren't used to seeing on a regular basis?
I think a lot of it is that strong foundation in the back. And I try to point it out every time I watch a team that's exceptional at it on the commentary side. But I think it's important to remember that you can only swim as fast as there is ink on the ground in front of you. And a player that lays the foundation by putting those massive amounts of ink on the floor, continuing to span the entire width of the stage, those are going to be some of the most important pieces to look out for, and are one of the reasons why a player like Lobster can rely on his raw mechanical skill, because he's always in a position to get work done thanks to the support from the backside. I think that is most interesting to see. And of course, Pop going to do the exact same thing that you made fun of earlier. But if you look at the last Area Cup, only one Snipe Raider was in the top 8 in terms of compositions. This is not a Japanese world in terms of meta that has been stagnant. This is one that has continued evolving with both heavy splatlings, E-Leaders, and even some tri-stringers. Probably not going to see that today with the players we have in store. But even still, I think those weapons can lay such a large foundation in either area denial or just raw paint output, that the way that those players will be able to pilot those weapons will be an important and critical component to look at.
Now, we know you did not tune into this stream to listen to us hype up the West versus Japan. You want to see it happen right in front of your face. So to get back to where we're about to show you the matches coming up, we're going to give you the 3 matches and some quick predictions. ZEST, then K-Bot, just give us a quick 10-second thought on how you think each match is going to go. First off, PXG versus ZEST. PXG being the only team to take a game off Japan in the Splat World Series. ZEST, give us your thoughts.
PXG is insane, but it's hard to understate how incredible Japan is, especially showing up to these events. I'm going to say 3-1. I think PXG can get a game, but not a set.
I probably agree. I think if there is a match that PXG comes away with, it is almost assuredly not this one. This ZEST roster probably has about the same level of star power that Emperor roster did. And those will be, spoiler alert, the 2 matches we get to watch on this broadcast. PXG between both of those teams. I think PXG has the potential to pull out a win, but I don't think it's versus this ZEST team here, first round.
Round number 2, ezmd versus 07 Quartet. Going to be an E-Leader versus E-Leader possibly matchup we've seen between these 2 teams. ZEST, start us off.
It's hard to say, but Samurai is the best E-Leader, and that's just going to be hard to fight. So I'm going to say 3-0 for Samurai's favor.
probably right. 07 Quartet's going to have this one. Look, I like ezmd, but they haven't had a lot of fireworks. They play a solid style that gets them to the same position that Moonlight does. Sorry, Shadow, there was a stray. It's out of love. But other than that, probably not a lot of firepower coming from this team. 07 Quartet's probably going to pick it up too.
And then the third match, no love for the reigning Division X champions, ezmd. So how about FTWin? Let's slide them in to ezmd slot. Let's have them go up against the same team, 07 Quartet. Anything change there?
FTWin play a bit of a different style, so it might be a bit different seeing how they match up into the E-Leader. So I think depending on the map, like if it's a bad E-Leader map, FTWin I think can scrape away with a bad E-Leader map and then take a map. But again, same as PXG, probably not the set. So I'm going to say 3-1 for Quartet.
FTWin's going to have to find some compositional counters to completely mitigate the presence that Samurai Casado is going to have, especially because of the protection squad that the E-Leader will have. It's one thing to just try to walk up to the E-Leader, but when there's another person that's sharking right underneath you before you get there, that spells catastrophe. I don't expect that FTWin is going to play if I play the playstyle I think they're going to. But I would like to see them potentially try to iterate, find a compositional counter, and maybe they can squeak a game away, but not that much.
K-Bot, I remember you and me doing a recast of one of those matches and realizing, oh, this E-Leader doesn't need protection. They can take care of themselves. It's almost unfair what you can do with that thing. So that's going to wrap up the pre-show here. Thank you for tuning in. You're going to want to get some coffee if you want to sit through this one, and an eventual good morning to those in Europe who are going to be waking up soon. We're going to be bringing you round one momentarily. We're going to take a short break. Then we'll go to Sasu and Pat to start off the tournament.
Take a moment right here, feeling like it's out gear, driving towards the sun with a rose and a gun. Feel the wind in my hair, going nowhere I swear, like an outlaw on the run. Dangerous but it's so fun, running, running, no, hold on, don't let go. Told my boss that I'm done. Had no luck with my mom. Say, what will you do with your life? You know it's hard to survive. A cigar in my mouth. Maybe guilty but proud. Now I'm an outlaw on the run. Dangerous but it's so fun. Running, running, no. Hold on, don't let go. Running, running, no. Keep running on.
Hello, everyone. We finally made it. Welcome to the Global Gauntlet Finals. This is so exciting. I'm Sasu here with Pat, and we are going to bring to you all of the action of these Western teams going up against these Japanese teams. Pat, tell me you're as excited as I am.
Sasu, I stayed up until 5 a.m. to watch this. I am very excited to watch these games, and I'm especially excited to watch PXG, the top of Western Splatoon. For our opening game, they are fighting ZEST, who are incredible, and that's going to be very, very hard for PXG, but they are our best hope for the Western representation, Sasu.
Yes, as you can see down there, true Western representation.
Yeah.
It is Americans and Europeans sort of banding together to take on that Japanese team. Take a look at the roster we have going here. Gray, Goss, Noah, and essentially Jordan, I think, gonna be having a pretty standard comp. I think Gray, for the most part, plays what's kind of meta. We might be even seeing a V Blaster. And take a look at those maximum X powers, all in the 3000s for Takaroka. Certainly nothing to sneeze at.
Yeah, I mean, that's our top team, and I mean, their maximum X power do not compare to the max X power of Japanese players, but that's also because that's not the way Western players practice. That's not the way Western players prove themselves. And the way they prove themselves is by playing in tournaments. And I mean, PXG is the name that has proven itself over and over in the West, showing over and over what they can do, how strong they are, how dominant they are in everything they've entered. But now they are facing the final boss. They are facing the different, completely different kind of play, as they are going to go against ZEST.
Yes, ZEST. That is a team that is comprised of Shuma, Chocopero, Ryukun, and Ko. Now, those of you might know Chocopero looks so close, 4996 to that 5K. I think Chocopero is really well known for just like their climbing up the ladder of that X power. And so obviously nothing to sneeze at, so to speak. But also Ko going to be on that slosher as well. So we're going to see that mirror match. But already you're seeing off the top 4,000s. Chocopero touching that 5,000 ceiling. So we're already looking at quite a struggle for PXG.
And that number of, I mean, we can say it's 5,000. 5,000 is not a number you get simply by being one of the greatest players of all times. And like, you need to be one of the greatest players of all time to get that power, for sure. But you also need to put in the work, to put an incredible amount of dedication just towards that goal. And it's not just that you need to be better than your opponent, is that you need to be better than your opponent at all times, at all games. You always need to be able to really get the better of the situation, and Chocopero is that kind of player that's able to absolutely dominate. And I mean, the rest of the team is also incredible. We're going to see quite the play right there. One thing to note, Sasu, is that between the heavy splatling of Ryukun and Shuma's Splash-O-Matic, there's a lot of paint on that team. That is it.
Yes, and that's perfect for this all zones tourney, having all of that paint, you know, because I think in top level we've been seeing way more heavy splatling play, regardless of what sort of region we're talking about. And one of the reasons is because zones is so heavily favored, and the heavy splatling can just sit there and spit out all the paint, whether you have a pen, whether you have everybody else just diving the other team. It's really going to be about taking that piece off of the board. And of course, I believe PXG, they have Noah, who is on that leader. That is going to be their backline. Meanwhile, Gray's on the blaster, Goss on the end zap to make up for having no pen, and then we have the slosher. So we're looking at what could possibly be a bit of a paint deficit here, already looking towards it favoring Zest.
Yeah, I mean, Noah with the leader will have one mission, and that mission will be to hunt the heavy splatling, not let it paint, because that's what you need to do. If you are outpainted, you need to splat more. You need to make sure that your opponent cannot stay around to paint. And one thing to note, Sasu, is that yes, the heavy splatling is incredibly strong, but what we've kind of seen, at least in the weekly tournaments that I've seen in the West, is that it's also a very slow weapon. If you're able to push it out, it's very hard to push back in with the heavy splatling. The Wave Breaker is good at staying where you want to be, but it's very bad at really going forward with your team. So if PXG are able to really push Zest out of the zone, out of mid, then they can set themselves and start doing things.
Yes, well, those of you who have seen the qualifiers already know the drill, but for those who don't, when it comes to Global Gauntlet, the way we're going to be going about our stage selection is that the higher team, I think, usually does the bans first. It's the first time around, so it doesn't quite matter who does the first bans, but that is going to go into the hands of PXG. They strike 2 stages that they don't want on the board. In this case, it's going to be Urchin Underpass and Manta Maria. Manta Maria probably of note, knowing that they're going up against a Splatling user. And Manta Maria in particular, really great for that Splatling. So now it's Zest's turn to strike 2. And after those are struck, Pat, it will be a random choice that picks where they do end up going for this first game.
Exactly. And I mean, PXG, they just remove the two maps that are the best for the heavy splatling. The 2 maps where splatlings are king, where they really enjoy themselves, and where a good eliter will be the one struggling. So not much of a surprise right here from PXG. That's what you'd expect from them in terms of removing the maps that they would remove. Now, of course, one thing to note is that now it's Zest's turn to ban maps, and I expect them to ban. I mean, if they think about it the same way, they will ban the good elite maps.
Here's the thing, though. There are so many. We're talking about how ZEST has the paint advantage over PXG. PXG maybe has a bit of a slower comp, but ZEST maybe a little bit on the back foot, quote unquote, as it pertains to the stages, because there are way more E-liter stages than there are good Splatling stages. There's just too much on the board you have to worry about when you think about it. There's Bluefin. Crab leg is one that's very often just banned off rip. Eel tail. There's just like really too much to count. Brine water. Like, at the end of the day, you're going to have your hands full with trying to get rid of these E-liter stages to the point where you can't even necessarily, you know, at a certain point, you might just say, maybe we just go with where we want to go, because I don't know how avoidable it is.
That's a good point, but for sure, like these players of ZEST, they come with that composition. They've been practicing facing an elite, facing a good charger, so that's certainly something that they're ready for anyways. So, but yeah, I guess in that situation, what do they ban? I'm not sure what their weakness is and what they don't want to play. So it's very much what will they do? Every time I've seen tournaments with Japanese players, these kind of bans, quite often they were new to them and they were not that familiar with it. So I'm not sure how they will approach it in the end.
You know, there's been a lot of conversation in the past about Western players, not because usually in competitive play, it can be a little bit, there are a lot of the same zones maps that tend to be played. So there is a lot of discussion about, oh, but do Western players really know how to counter pick in the same ways, because there isn't as much play on every single stage. And so now that we have this in play, I mean, poor Urchin Underpass, if you guys were able to see the IPL stats, it just gets struck like every single time in the first go around. No one wants to deal with it, especially with how many leader teams we have. And the one time it wasn't struck, it was actually picked randomly, and both teams were just sent to Urchin Underpass. So that's why you have to strike it first. But I think because there's so much maybe more comfortability of playing on every stage when it comes to these strikes, maybe it's kind of like, well, I mean, we're kind of okay anywhere. As a matter of fact, I remember perhaps it was Splat World Series, but the finale ended up, I think, with Naegora on Splatling beating out a leader team. So on Eeltail. So despite the fact that you're on this leader map, sometimes it doesn't matter if you're just built different.
I mean, at this level of play, the maps and the weapons are like, yes, they're important. They're part of how these players play, of course. But when you see players of that level play the game, it feels like the weapon doesn't matter, the map doesn't matter. It's just the fact that they see everything, they move everywhere, they know exactly what to do at all time. And yes, they're going to have like that kind of awareness, that kind of movement, that completely changes the game. And I mean, that's going to decide a lot. Oh, it looks like Mahi has been banned by ZEST, and I mean,
interesting.
What it's like the West versus the East ideas. The West is banning the maps that they don't know that well. The East is banning Mahi Resort, one of the maps that, I mean, us Western players know the most.
Not to mention, I can tell you, having commentated for the second qualifier, Mahi Resort was an active pick for several teams. After we get past the first round, going into the second one, I think it is the winning team that bans 2, or rather strikes 2 more stages, and then the losing team picks from what's left. And a lot of the time, they scooped up Mahi Mahi the second they could, but that's how you know it was a Western qualifier, because we have such a preference for Mahi Mahi Resort. And maybe ZEST knows that. Maybe they just don't care for this. They don't want to deal with the... I can't even imagine where this pick is coming from, but maybe they just don't care for it. Probably my Western pilled brain being like, what's wrong with Mahi Mahi?
Sasu, hear me out.
Yes.
Do you know what strategy works so well on Mahi Mahi Resort?
I think I'm picking up what you're putting down.
Every strategy works well on Mahi Mahi Resort. There are so many different playstyles that you can bring on this map. If you want to know what's going to happen, if you want to know what your opponent is about to do, you want to ban this map, because this is a map where anything can happen.
And worst yet, I'd argue they may know or anticipate that Gray will likely be on Blaster. And ZEST themselves, they are not running a Blaster from what we saw on their roster and from what I know. So I think, being a Splatling player myself, certainly do not want to be threatened with not being able to drop into mid because I have a Blaster. Just camping my drop. That's probably also just not to deal with it, you know?
Sasu, we just got notified that FTWin just took a game off swing.
Oh, listen, I think so. There are 36 total sets. Now this is a game, not a set, of course. We have about 108 games, but that was assuming that we would just get essentially 3-0'd at all of them, and that has now been overturned. Now, in the middle of us giving you that breaking news, Crableg was banned. Well done, a leader map, and randomly selected was Robo Ramen. We have some information on the left here, in case you're a little bit not in the know of Robo Ramen, but certainly really great to get in random.
Yes, it's a great map for PXG, I think, because it's a map that the West practices a lot. This is the kind of map that we are familiar with. And again, the map doesn't matter as much for these top-level players, but this is still something on which they have had a bit more practice. And also a map where I think Soldier with the bucket will be a force to reckon with. Buckets on the air, I feel like they're magical and they're able to do so much.
You know, you've got Cole on that other side.
Yeah.
Or ZEST ready to match Jordan's bucket as soon as they see that. So that's certainly going to be exciting. There's a lot of verticality to this particular map. You can see here, there are solid flanks. There's just so much going on. You can see all the action in mid while things are happening on the flanks. Not completely out of the realm of possibility, but finally, we're going to be getting into this. Nothing surprising coming out of PXG. And a little bit of surprise, I think, out of Choco Pero, going to be on that 96 with the cooler. What? Didn't see that coming.
I guess tactical. I mean, you always want to have your cooler option, and 96 Gal has seen a lot of use. I guess this is a decent pick, and it can work well with the rest of this team. Right now, it looks like ZEST is opening pretty strongly, but here comes the answer already by PXG.
That's a little bit of an overextension there from Jordan, is going to be ultimately punished here. Ryukun just getting that paint down. We talked about that at the start, that dealing with that heavy is going to be especially hard, and I think that's why Jordan gets out of dodge, especially with their strikes intact.
Yeah, here come the ink strikes. They're not enough to cap, which means they're completely cancelled by the paint. But all of Zest is able to output right there. But 3 down on Zest. Great. Pushing in with the blaster is going to force their way forward. We see PXG able to set themselves, but now the big question is, can they really push Zest out? It looks like they're fighting on the zone, and on the zone is not where you want to fight, Sasu.
Yes, but they hardly have a choice. I feel like we even saw when Ryukun was the only member left. Ray was very careful not to push them despite that, and now Shuma has gotten a triple and a wipeout to boot. So they are now in the position to get a lockout on PXG if they are not careful.
Yeah, and with the crab tank to follow through, getting the extra splat right now. PXG is struggling just to get out of their spawn. They are in danger. The splashdown is barely creating space. Gray is going to be punished, but 3 down onto Zest. Can PXG get to the zone? Wait, no, Splatling is not letting them.
Ryukun is the only person left and finally goes down, but was able to delay PXG from getting that zone single-handedly. So in the meantime, you have Shuma dropping on that right, ultimately going to go down in a trade. All the while, PXG holds on to this zone. They're in a pretty good position, but the issue is when you have players like Shuma that can get those triples, and the fact that Ryukun is the only person up and can still hold off the entire team by themselves, it's looking tough for PXG.
Yeah, PXG is still forced out. And when Zest are pushing, they're able to set themselves ahead of the zone. But wait, PXG is entering, is coming back. There will be, a retake of the zone right there. But the big question is, can they push up ahead of the zone? They're still not able to. And there's a splash that they have to deal with. They're able to, but the zone was capped again. There's so much pain, Sasu.
Yes, we're seeing that paint we talked about before, and I think that is Ryukun once again just checking an overextension. Noah trying to position themselves here while all of the members of ZEST just move forward. So the tri-strikes come out. All of the members of ZEST are basically stuck in their own elbow while PXG tries to recapture this zone. And we just have just over 1 minute left. There is a lot of game to play. We'll see how long they're able to keep this hold.
PXG still in the game, but they just lost the zone once again. If they can't get the splats, they lose the paint. But here comes Gray, pushing forward with the blaster, able to get the extra splat as he falls down. That is the opportunity for PXG. Now they need to make it work. They cannot let Zest come back forward.
Yes, they're finally out of their penalty points, and Noah gets a critical pick there on Ryukun. That means that paint pot in the heavy is down. 2 members down there. Gray gonna try and go for the splashdown, but ultimately goes down. Shuma gets this pick on zone and goes down themselves. So right now they're in the fight for the zone. It is going to be a change in the lead. 2 members up and just 22 seconds left. We'll see if PXG is able to take this home.
And PXG still in control of the zone. They know all they need is to paint for KO. And they get the game as well. What a comeback. They waited for the opportunity, and once they were able to really get momentum, get forward, they took the game with a KO.
What's so crazy there especially is that the overhead looked so green. There was a lot of paint coming out of there for PXG, and considering that they have a leader and a blaster, and they're up against a lot of paint, really impressive showing, especially because now just 1-0, but they're up in the set, and I think that puts them in a really advantageous position and really shows the strength of the West right off rip, especially seeing as though FTWin on the other side, they too have taken their game.
That's a great move right there by PXG. And A confession. Before the stream started, we were talking, Sesu, and I said I thought PXG might be nerfed because for 2 of their players, it is 5:30 in the morning right now. It doesn't seem to matter. It seems like they're able to absolutely pop off. We saw Gray get the splats to really enable the rest of the team to go forward, to take the space, to not let ZEST instantly repaint everything. And PXG, whatever the time it is, are able to get their first game.
Yeah, I think it was about getting the right splats at the right time, because we see for a lot of that, ZEST was really dominant and in the key spaces. But I feel like PXG, there were a lot of times where they were in mid. You even pointed out, Pat, that they were fighting in zone rather than moving up to that elbow section.
Yeah.
And even when Ryukun on the heavy splatling was the only person left, a lot of the players, including Noah, maybe felt a little bit threatened to rush this heavy because they knew they might go down. So ultimately, when they got the picks one by one, getting those people down, it worked out well for them.
Hey, you can't run at a splatling. That's just how it goes. You're not allowed to run at a splatling. Did FTWin take another game off of swing? FTWin is on fire right now.
Oh, wow. That would put FTWin, the fact that they're going 2-0 right now, they're at step point.
Yeah.
They might pull off a 3-0 if they really lock this in. Now, for those of us who are in the US, it is either 8 p.m., anywhere between 8 p.m. and 11 p.m. right now. So maybe a long day at work or anything, but not so bad for the members of FTWin anyways. In the meantime, PXG, they, as the winning team, have put in their 2 strikes, and that will be Humpback Pump Track and Wahoo World. Not crazy. I wouldn't want that heat either.
Yeah, I mean, that's the big question now. What is going to happen? What map are we going to? With no Humpback and Wahoo, BXG is still like very much okay. We know what our comp needs. We know what maps don't favor the later play style, and they're going there. So that's I guess the opportunity for them. Now the big question is, we're going to see the pick by ZEST, if I'm not mistaken. So,
yes, it will be ZEST's pick to
now
say
that we
where
have
they
the
want to
map.
go. And honestly, I'm very interested to see this pick. Is it going to be a sort of thing where you're a little bit more used to a place than you think Western players may be? Then I wouldn't be surprised if we saw something like a Flounder or a Marlin Airport. Lemuria, I would argue, are some of the least played maps in Western Splatoon, or maybe just wherever makes them comfortable, which I would assume is practically almost anywhere. So they might be avoiding these leader maps, maybe no Hammerhead Bridge in the future for us, but there's still a lot of choices on the board that may put PXG at a bit of a disadvantage.
Yeah.
Oh!
I mean, remember one thing to... Oh! Okay.
For those of you maybe not so familiar with Brine Water Springs, I think you got the collective ooh from Pat and myself, because Brine Water Springs is infamously a very good leader map. When the leader sets up on the plat, they actually have the reach, even worse so if it's scoped, to get a splat on the enemy plat. They can just splat you practically from where you spawn. So usually you'll have weapons with a little bit less reach not wanting to go here, but clearly ZEST does not fear the leader, I suppose.
I think, I mean, we saw on Robo Roman is a map where there's space where the leader can see you pretty much everywhere. There were fights across the zone, and ZEST were able to dodge, were able to find the counterplays, were able to go around and did not slow down in front of the leader. So going in Brine Water, this is them very much stating, yeah, we don't care that you got leader. What we care about is what we can do. And on a map as small as Brine Water Springs, I mean, ZEST will be able to come back incredibly fast onto the zone if they are pushed out. They will always be able to be in a fight, and their ability to always have paint around will be absolutely crucial. Now let's get in the game, Sasu. No change in terms of composition on the side of PXG, but ZEST is switching things up a little bit. A normal 96, it's a 52 now. And of course, the heavy splatling is replaced by a heavy-headed.
And right off the top, you have Chocopero getting that 52 to work and getting a triple, just neglecting to splat. Noah going to check that overextension, saying, listen, I'm the last person up, but much like Ryukun in that last game, going to be the survivor and make sure that they don't necessarily go down.
Yeah, very, very explosive opening by ZEST right here, but here come the answer by PXG. PXG are able to bring themselves back to the zone. Already 50 points scored by ZEST. Now the big question is, can PXG paint? Right now they're forced to wait for a better opportunity. They're forced to wait for a better fight. They're fighting around, but they lost a bit too many players. And there's always an extra splat.
Yes,
Ooh.
but Goth here is able to get a double there, I think, on Ko and Chocopero to boot. But all the while, it's nice to get those splats, but you need to get the zone. Gray trying to get it with the splash down, and they do get it. That was going down to a 15. They have a 65 penalty on ZEST there, and I think that's exactly what they needed because the game was getting out of hand real quick.
That was a rough for PXG right there. ZEST learned, adapted, and is not letting PXG do anything they did in the previous game. But it looks like PSG is learning as well, getting splat after splat. Now they have control of mid, and they're able to set themselves in front of the zone. The strikes are not enough to get the paint. The crab tank is not enough to get the paint. It looks like PXG is getting the control, Sasu.
Yes, but Shuma going to go down in this trade to Gray. Meanwhile, I think Goss just trying to check anyone who falls. That's going to be, I believe, Chocopero, who just jumps out. They don't want to be in that very confined space. And this is kind of what we saw last time around, Pat, where it felt like there was a stranglehold by ZEST, and little by little, PXG just took it back. So in the meantime, ZEST, they say, we're not going to let that same old story happen. We're taking the zone back. But that was quite a hold.
Right now, PXG are stuck at the top of their ramp, and they're able to fight their way back. Here comes the crab to force them back up. They're forced to wait. There's constantly something to force PXG to wait a little bit more before they can push. Gray gets splatted, not able to get much off of the splashdown. And right now, PXG still is struggling, but able to get the paint. I think that was the strikes.
I gotta say though, Shuma being able to expertly shoot down Gray in that splashdown and the subsequent punch to make sure they didn't go down themselves was some crazy Splatoon to see. But in the meanwhile, I think Noah trying to get those picks, not quite. Chocopero takes this pick off of Gray as well and sends out those strikes, makes sure not to go down to that palm. But look at this hold. It's been going for so long that they've gotten out of their penalty points. We are in the single digits. Gray trying to absolutely book it for zone, but those strikes don't come out fast enough. That is going to be the first game on the board for ZEST.
So close. The strikes were there. They were perfectly coordinated, but they arrived just a tiny bit too late. That is ZEST tying up the score And Sasu, game 1 was very close. Game 2, it really felt like ZEST was able to push harder to force PXG back in their spawn, and PXG were able to get back to the zone, but were not able to answer with these big swings.
And we kind of see why it was that ZEST picked this as their counter pick. Clearly, they felt completely ready to go.
Yeah.
Noah on that leader wasn't able to be as effective as you would want a leader to be on Brinewater. And the other thing I sort of neglected to bring up is that aside from the fact that it is a backline favored map, it's also an extremely lockout heavy map.
Yeah.
If you're able to just kind of put yourselves in the right positions, it's just going to be so hard for them to get back into zone. And I think all of that stalling and being a physical wall really worked out for ZEST, where they were able to have control for that entire time.
Yeah, and a lot of the fights were happening to the sides where Noah didn't have the sightlines. And when these players ZEST were coming in Noah's view, like when Noah was fighting them, Noah was fighting for his life because they were coming onto the run. They were forcing him to move. And I mean, with an E-liter, if someone is running on you, you are in danger, you are in trouble. So right there, that's how ZEST were able to completely counter things to really make sure they had this game in the bag. Now, the big question, Sasu, is what are going to be ZEST's ban? What are we going to see next?
Well, ZEST have their hands full with all. Well, I would say they have their hands full with all of the leader maps that you would think that they want to ban. But clearly, Ryukun on that backline, the heavy Splatling, is built different and fears clearly no leader. So they may just decide, we don't mind a hammerhead, we don't mind any of these other places, because we've got it. So it's just a case of maybe just where the positioning's wrong, where they feel like they may have an issue with lockout, something like that, or just I want to say familiarity, but I think at this point it just comes down to preference rather than familiarity.
Yeah, I mean, it's what you have practiced yourself to absolutely optimize to avoid any single mistake, even the smallest ones. And right there we see ZEST able to just go around, win every fight. I mean, not win every fight, but win most of the fights, and especially get more off of the fights that they win. These tiny extra things really allow them to do more, to get more. And now it's going to be PXG's turn to adapt, to change things. We saw ZEST change their comp, go to a different map. What does PXG do to fight that new ZEST team that is now ready for the way they like to play?
Yes, and then you have to take into account Ryukun got off of that heavy and onto the heavy edit, right, this time around. Surprisingly on Brinewater, opting instead for the weapon with less range comparatively. But I'm assuming this happened so that Chocopero could get off of that cooler weapon in that 96 and instead be on the 52 and can just dive the other team, get those flashy triples, and do what it is that makes Chocopero the second, I think, ranked XP haver in the world. So looking back here, the banning, as ZEST has won, will go to them. And I think that even if you've practiced on everything, there's still places that you have preferences for. Even the toppitest players in the world are like, I don't like fighting here. I don't like it. Can I do it? Yes. Do I want to? No. So Eeltel Alley gonna be out, and so is Lemuria Hub. I think that's actually probably a bit of a relief for PXG that Lemuria Hub is off. Because, I mean, I don't know. I wouldn't want to go there.
Lemuria is incredible for Elite. Both of these maps. are very, very good for later. And especially Lemuria is bad if you want to lock out your opponent, because the way the map works, you have so many ways to drop. Without much hesitation, PXG goes to Bluefin Depot. I mean, yeah.
There are just too many E-Leader maps to ban.
Yeah!
There are too many. As you can see here, Bluefin Depot, another very infamous E-Leader map. There is a drop sort of, I say into mid, but Bluefin Depot, of course, very famously has this gimmick where the zone moves to the side of those who are on the defense. So there, I guess, isn't really any true mid, but Leader for sure has a really good shot into zone on the defense.
And also, what absolutely makes this map is the fact that you have the biggest drop in the game. You really are on your side of the map, and then you drop from 2 floors down to the zone area, and then if you want to push forward, which is incredibly hard to see, like calling it an uphill battle is an understatement. You really have to take an elevator or climb a huge wall in order to get there. It's rough. But PXG, this is the map they choose. They don't change their comp. On the other side, I believe that's Chocopero now, of course, on the
Squeezer.
Yeah. Squeezer with opening gambit. Yep.
And 2 swim speeds, not worried about stealth jumping in either. Chocopero already kind of strafing, trying to get that pick on the top right, but you have Jordan kind of chipping them out, and I think with that teamwork, Noah cleans up that pick, so right off the top, 2 members of ZEST down, and that gives the zone to PXG.
Yeah, PXG able to get the zone, but still not able to completely clean up. Oh! What an answer! All of this respawning as fast as they can, super jumping in and winning the second fight, forcing PXG out. Noah forced to move away, but Gray is already back, ready for the battle, allowing the rest of the team to go in. I mean, these 2 teams don't stop. These 2 teams keep fighting, and right there we see Gauss trying to repaint the zone, trying to keep the game so close.
And speaking of close, I think Gray just barely able to get out of there, and now his feet are being painted. Shuma getting this double and taking this flank up on the left to try and get rid of Noah perhaps for good, seeing as though that leader has been a thorn in their side. But Gray, I think, gets that pick ultimately. Once again, Chocopero showing us that acumen by shooting down that splash down and just controlling a lot of the zone here.
He's so fast. It doesn't stop, but here comes the answer by PXG coming in. They're forced to dodge the strikes, but they answer with strikes of their own. 2 players down, though it looks like ZEST are able to really keep control of the space. Penalty was applied, but only penalty was applied. PXG just used a lot of specials just to keep the game going.
Yes, sometimes, you know, all you need is a foot in the door, because that's kind of what worked out for them with Robo Ramen. Now, Jordan sending out those strikes, I think, once again, hoping to capture that zone, but does get a double, activates a flow or into a triple, and the last person left is, I think, Chocopero. So that is a full wipe, and there's work to be done, so probably not going to be clipped, but whoa, something you definitely want to keep personally.
More to go. PXG have position, they have paint around, and now it's on ZEST to get that big drop. That's not an easy drop to take, especially since they already lost their splash. They're not able to go in. The good defense by PXG. This is where the Elite shines, Sasu.
Yes, but Gray is going to go down, and I think it's just maybe Noah up, so Noah going to try and get out of there, and does so nearly. That burst bomb really had their name on it, and I think, wow,
Oh,
the slosher in Cole is going to keep going up that elevator and ultimately get the pick. Chocopero narrowly just dodging that bomb.
Yes.
This has been such an action-packed game. Seeing all these picks and all this positioning has just been absolutely exhilarating.
Yeah, and right now the strikes to answer by PXG. They want to keep that zone painted yellow. They don't want to let ZEST get more points, get rid of their penalty. And the fights are working pretty well. Gus is playing Zap, but that Zap is a frontliner. All the time, it seems. We always see Gus getting splats. And Zasu, we're about to get rid of that penalty. Jordan is to the side with a slosher, making sure there's always a threat. Right now, the strikes are not enough to get the cap, and PXG are looking to get another comeback.
Yes, they were counter-striked out. I feel like this has been a game of strikes, and you see PXG takes the lead on their own counter pick. It is single digits, and all of their members go down and cannot defend that zone. Jordan is going to give up that right flank, go down ultimately, and I think we saw so many times PXG just barely stopping ZEST from taking the game in this time. I think that's close and Kai, but we're going to see a double out of Noah. Respawn punishing them. Brutal.
Incredible play right there by Noah on the leader, getting the collat, applying penalty with 15 seconds left. They are in position. And there's no choice right now for this. They need to move in. They don't have much time. They have the strikes. These strikes need to take the zone if they want to keep all the time, but that's not gonna happen. 2-1, PXG keeps their counter pick advantage.
Yeah, you can see there that the name of the game was really Jordan and Cole kind of having a tri-strike off the entire time. I'm not so sure that Jordan even threw his strikes when the other strikes were thrown. I think ZEST may have even taken this game if it weren't for PXG making the really smart call to just hold on to those strikes to cancel them out, because otherwise they would have kept taking the zone, putting on that penalty, making it all that harder to climb to the finish line. But just like you saw, no overtime because Counter-Strike, not like the game, but instead all of those specials coming out. But just what a game, especially considering we had a leader there and the heavy edit. That being so close. I love Global Gauntlet. I just have to put it out there.
On this map, that's what the editor does. You struggle to push in, but once that leader is in position, once you're able to set yourself with a bucket to the side, adding to it, PXG really had the lock on the map, and that allowed them to really get control of the game, to really get the comeback. They were struggling at the start because there was constantly someone from ZEST to their side, behind them, around them, dancing around at the speed of light. But once PXG were able to get that one big team fight, once they were able to get ZEST out, they were able to keep control. That's 2-1 for PXG, and I've been notified, Sesu, that ezmd, representing Europe, has taken a game of Rhythm.
Yes, this is honestly very exciting. I think that going into this, there was a lot of speculation, and at least in the West, a lot of understanding that, especially after the last Splat World Series, and that's why we have Global Gauntlet, so that there can be more contact between Japanese players and Western players. But I think that this has been so interesting to see all of the just how well we're doing, I suppose. Because like it shows maybe we've grown from the Splat World Series last year, and maybe incoming Splat World Series is going to be all the more you know, close and fun to watch.
Yeah, right there. I mean, we're getting action. We're getting teams stepping up. that's the power of the first Splat World Series. It gave these teams something to understand. Okay, I mean they had their playstyle facing Japanese playstyles, and I mean that allowed them to really learn to get better. Okay, so FTWin reverse swept by Swing, but still able to get 2 games. That's already pretty good. And remember, Burst is kind of coming back from retirement there. Now the pressure is on the other team. We also see that a few teams have ended their set already, but still some are going. It's certainly not over. Now, oh well, maps have been banned. Inkling Art Academy and Shipshake have been banned by PXG, and we are now waiting for ZEST.
And those were quick. Like, they had those in the back pocket. Inkblot Art Academy, maybe not so surprising. There's a large center stack to cut off sightlines for the E-Leader. Shipshape Cargo Co. I don't know. Who really wants to go here?
Shipshape? It's the kind of map where after what we saw on Brian Water Springs, I wouldn't want to go to Shipshape after that Brian Water Springs game, because they would be the same kind of lockout by ZEST. They would be able to really set themselves in the right position, and PXG would never be able to really go back in to really take back as much space as they want. And Shipshape has that kind of dynamic right there. So I think that's a great ban after what we saw on Brian Water.
That is a really good call. Now, there are places that are arguably a bit more lockout heavy, like, say, Barnacle and Dime. Very familiar to the West, but if you're up against a team that is extremely oppressive, you may very easily end up getting spawn camped, and by the time you get out of that, there's just no time to get into zone. But perhaps it being a very common Western map, they do feel more comfortable going there. And we see that, I think PXG, like you said, putting themselves in a position where they might be locked out just isn't super safe. And in a place like Bluefin, even though it is leader focused, there's still flanks. There are ways to get around places, so that gives them a lot of freedom. And now it's up to ZEST to sort of pick from what's left with what they're comfortable with, and go there, because interesting, it's going to be Sturgeon Shipyard.
Sturgeon Shipyard, it's going to be very, very complex to watch, because there's so many corners, places to hide, places to go under, behind. You have so many different spots where you have to pay attention to. That's going to be really a test of awareness for these two teams. And of course, I mean, we've seen sloshers, we've seen blasters, we're going to see more of those.
Yes, and Sturgeon Shipyard is massive. It's absolutely huge. So it's really going to be imperative that both of these teams keep a presence in mid, and don't have to waste time having fights in their own court in order to get to mid. Because let's say something very unfortunate happens and your team experiences a wipeout. The sheer volume of time it takes to get back into mid can burn so many points. So really, a lot of this is going to be about stabilizing, playing very careful, and perhaps not being so greedy as to try and go for that lockout.
Yeah, well, let's see how things go. PXG sticking to their gun, and ZEST also keeping the heavy-headed splatling. But no more squeeze. Chocopero is back to the 52 gal. I mean, that 52 is going to be a danger, especially there's so much close range right here. They're not able to take control of Spite, but wait, Ku is behind. The answer already 2 versus 2. These two teams open with a very, very fast fight for that zone.
Yes, but it seems as though Ryukun was able to get that cooler out, so those teammates are going to be back fast in mid, but 2 of them already going down. I think that's going to be Ko and Choco Pero. So right off the bat, PhD taking that zone back, sending out those triple ink strikes. Choco Pero sharking, trying to probably get something off Noah. I feel like they have just been on Noah duty this whole time, and they do indeed get that. Oh, and 2 more to boot.
What a triple ghost, just trying to run, but it's not happening. I mean, not wasting a second. ZEST setting themselves, bending around, making sure that PXG will need to fight their way back to their own snipe. And no, they're not able to. The strikes is denying them, and now the most splats are coming. ZEST on their map pick, they are so dangerous.
I think Koss getting that pick was huge, but Ko just cleans it up, goes back to get that soda, sends out the bomb, gets a pick off of it. I thought it was thrown a little blindly, but everything is done with contention. In the meantime, 2 members are down, but Goss just gets shot down there, and I think that is a pretty handy hold with a stylish wipeout to boot at the end for ZEST, tying up this set 2-2, but in quite a decisive fashion.
I mean, that says a lot about the counterpick game, Sasu, right there. When they get to decide the map, ZEST is shredding, absolutely shredding. But PXG won the first game, won on the random map, and that might be what decides it all, because now they get back to picking. There will be bans by ZEST, and I mean, ZEST clearly understand perfectly well how PXG is playing, what their strengths and weaknesses are, so we can expect them to ban the maps that would be the best for PXG, and then it will be on PXG to make it work a third time.
Yes, and I'm really excited to see what those are. Now, I feel like we have seen a solid amount of leader picks banned. Clearly, there are certain places where they're like, we don't care if there's any sort of leader. We're built different. We got it. But in this last one, I think that there's something very strategic that can happen here. We can end up banning things that are a bit more sort of Western staples. Like, I wonder if there's kind of a hagglefish ban or something like that, because I feel like if you ban something a bit more conventional, a bit more backline favored, I wouldn't be surprised if PXG just says, haggle, you know, we're used to that. That's kind of the very standard in a lot of tourneys, as a matter of fact, in the West. That is usually the first thing in groups or in bracket or something like that. That usually what starts it all off from low level to the toppest level. We all know it. So I'm anticipating that may be where we end up going if ZEST ends up leaving it alone. But maybe they say, let's you know, it's all up to the strategy and what they prefer, I suppose.
I mean, another thing to note, Sasu, is that a lot of maps have been banned now. We're reaching that spot where, look, there's only 15 maps left. 15 is a big number, but, well, Museum's out, and we're going to see what is the other map that gets the boot. Mincemeat is banned. I'm surprised Mincemeat survived that long, given the fact that, I mean, what PXG is playing was very good for Mincemeat.
That's true, but you only have so many hands. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Mincemeat survives, but it's so that eel tail can't, and neither can crab leg. And neither can Lemuria. When you have your hands full with banning these leader maps, there's only so much you can do.
Yeah.
Obviously, it's up to PXG to pick. I will personally be a little bit surprised if it ends up being something that isn't maybe a Mako Mart, a Hagglefish, something a bit.
Barnacle.
Yeah, Barnacle. Though I think they're playing with a little bit of fire if they go to Barnacle. They are looking down the barrel of a possible knockout scenario if they aren't careful. So, curious to see what they consider to be a safe pick here.
There is no safe pick. We are in the Splat World Series.
Global Gauntlet.
The global gauntlet. Nothing is safe. We are going to Macromat. I mean, they need to shut down Chocopero. Right? They need to know at all times where Chocopero is.
Very true. And I think Chocopero, especially if staying on that Gal, can be a bit of a menace here, because I've seen the fall off from Gal on a lot of these ledges just do a lot of the work for you. And as you can see, as it says here, there are many places to fight. This is a very scrappy map with those flanks. A lot of places you can just take those fights in a lot of drops. And I think that PXG, they're running a blaster and they have that slosher. A lot of AoE on their team versus ZEST. And obviously ZEST are some very strong players, but I think that especially because they're running a Splatling. I myself, as a Splatling player, don't care for Mako Mart. You have to drop a lot of your full charges, regardless of what level you're in, if you want to take one of those stacks. So honestly, this is a really strong pick, Pat.
Yeah, and by the way, Sasu, this is the final game of round one. All the other teams have finished their games for this round. And right there, this is the last shot for the West. For this first round of the Global Gauntlet to really get a set off, but all is on the line here on Macromat.
Yes, and right off the start, you see a bit of a scuffle, but when the dust settles for at least a moment, it is going to be PXG that took that zone, but just for the second, because it is just Gray who is down in Chocopero. Make sure to confirm that into a wipeout. So right off the start, you have ZEST moving forward to see if they can get this lockout and take this counter pick for the first time in the opposite direction.
And Ku getting a huge splat right there with the slosher, getting more as well. Ku absolutely destroying everything. Gray surviving right there, able to get the splat, splash downing just to make sure his position is secure. The strikes will go on to the zone. They're able to deny control for a second, but I mean, PXG just saved themselves right there. That was a huge opening push by ZEST.
Yes, and I think at least for a bit, it looked like someone was there, but I think they ultimately went down. I think it was Chocopero, and in the meantime, we have a bit of a reverse of the roles. That is going to be I think the splash there, Shuma going down with the crab, very unfortunate. And then little by little, a lot of picks happening on ZEST, canceling out a lot of their specials as well. So I think PXG has done a really good job. I think we might see a lead switch here. We do, and I think they've taken control of the situation.
Yeah, right now we're back to a fight for the zone. Both of these teams are around, but 2 down on to PXG. The crab tank is being tamed. Oh, beautiful play right here. That's how you play the bucket. And the zone wasn't capped. There's no penalty, Sasu. There's no penalty.
No, and I think now it is time for PXG to play very careful. They're approaching the single digits here. Ko on that right side, just trying to get that paint down. They go down in a side, and it's just Ryukun up. And with that final pick, it's going to be PXG taking this first set for the West.
Let's go. We knew PXG was the team to look at, to see a victory for the West. And they deliver round 1. They get the 3-2 and win this set. Beautiful play right here by PXG, not letting ZEST get back on the zone. That was a fight above the zone with a crab tank on top of the zone that didn't cap by ZEST. PXG having the awareness, having just the awareness both of the objective and the fight at the same time to keep it all in control. Sasu, that was an incredible last game by them.
Yeah, I think ultimately, really the fact that they won that first random pick is what kind of gave them the set here. Having that advantage right off the top, I think really made it, because all of these teams won their own counter picks. And I think in those last two, pretty handily by ZEST and PXG. Rather, ZEST had a strong opening here, but I think ultimately just sort of came apart and then staggered accordingly. And you saw PXG really using the fact that they had AoE on their side, that crab tank that went down that was on that stack. Ultimately, you don't want to be a crab tank up against a slosher who can just slosh straight over you. But that is going to be our first set. Super exciting. And like we said, it was the last one, so we're going to head straight into the next one.
Yes, and the next one is going to be FTWin going against Rhythm. FTWin did not win the game 5 in the previous set, but have shown already that they're able to absolutely answer the call when it comes to the fight against Japanese teams. They're very much able to do so. I mean, it's FTWin. It is probably the most legendary team of Western Splatoon of all times.
Yes, and you see, that's probably why they got their score. We're actually, honestly, it's good that we have a little bit of an intro to FTWin. We are not going to be going to that set just yet. Instead, we're going to be looking at ezmd versus 07 Quartet. But honestly, the fact that PXG took the set and FTWin almost took the set, not bad. We need to introduce them to y'all a little bit.
All right, I mean, and we're going to ezmd. ezmd against Rhythm in round 1 lost 3-1. Were able to get the game, and I'm not that surprised, honestly. ezmd is a team that has risen at the top of Europe, had very much at that top level, has shown what they're able to do, how well they can play. And Sasu, we're going to see more Elite action.
Yes, Devin 4K. That 4K isn't in that name for nothing. We will be seeing the leader perhaps even scoped if Devin is feeling frisky, perhaps. But I think you and I, Pat, definitely commentating for a lot of European competitions, see a lot of ezmd. But they're going up against 07 Quartet. That's Samurai Kasato, going to be mirror matching Devin on that leader. 3,700 Herculean score, but nothing next to Suemaru, who has these shooters on lock. The Squeezer, the Gal, capping off at 4K. Jitachi, a bit of a support sort of flex player, as you can see here, and Nemu Alpha, who is going to be, I think, on that Nautilus regardless.
Nautilus, a great weapon to really stop your opponent in their tracks, provided you are given paint by your teammates. Like in here, we'll see really Shuemaru go in and try to get fights, try to get as many splats as they can. That's going to be the test for EZMD. Can they win these team fights and set themselves? I mean, both of these teams, if they're able to set themselves in the right position, they will be able to stay there. We're going to see teams hold positions very well, which means we could see a team hold the zone for, say, 80 points, and then the other team do the exact same.
Yeah, and you know what? I think that Suemaru, as a utility flex player, has these shooters, but also plays blaster. So I feel like sometimes even you do see that rapid blaster, but I think it also encompasses a custom blaster as well, a V blaster. So sometimes just the 3 isn't enough to encompass everything that you do. And given their flexibility, super excited to see what is coming out of 07 Quartet now. You guys know the deal. Strikes off the top from either team. I think EZMD going to start it off banning Urchin Underpass frame 1 like every other team before them. Not even going to give it the
And
chance.
handbag.
Yeah. Not crazy, especially because I mean, people in general seem to hate Humpback, but also 07 Quartet, they have a Tri-Slosher. And Tri-Slosher infamously strong there.
Yeah, don't let the Tri-Slosher on here. And 07 Quartet, just in case EZMD has a heavy splatling in their pocket, it's 07 Quartet that's going to ban Manta Maria.
Wow. All of this is like, this feels like a violent pick almost. Like they don't even have, they say just in case. We don't want to deal with it. And they strike it actually just before them, right? Same thing happened with ZEST. They banned Manta Maria in their first go around. And usually there's a talk about, like banning the leader maps, but seeing as though both of these teams have leaders, other ideology is going to come into play for their strikes.
Yeah, I mean, that's very much the thing. Like, and now 07 Quartet, I think, just realized, wait, they just banned Urchin Underpass. That means they don't like the Splatling as well. We're going to be friends.
Yeah, so they have to really think on this second one because they're like, oh wait, they're really going to be running this. There's a guy named Devin 4K. Yeah. I know, hopefully they don't flex, but they do put their ban in. And at random, Lemuria Hub is going to be the first game. And Pat, if we, based on what we saw in that last set, it's going to be extremely important that the teams assert their dominance in this first game.
Yeah. I mean, we saw it. Winning the first game means you have the counter pick advantage that allowed PXG to really get things. And another thing to note is that we saw ZEST not hesitate to ban Lemuria Hub. They didn't want to face an Elita here. And I mean, Elita on here has so many angles, so many things it can do. Both of these teams will try to rush the Elita at all time because you cannot let an Elita get comfortable on here. You're not allowed to.
Yes, and I'm assuming that we're going to be seeing a lot of that out of Kiki. Kiki for EZMD, a blaster player, probably going to be a frontline, or perhaps Silver as well, a well-known Splatana Stamper player. It's going to essentially be their job, especially if Silver wants to run Zip. You see, for the most part, at top-level play these days, a lot of Booyah Bomb, the sticker stamper for Silver, but we will see if instead they say we can put a little bit more pressure on the enemy E-leader with the Zip. And for 07 Quartet, Suemaru, who does have a blaster, but also a 52 gal and plenty of things in the tool set to possibly harass a leader. I think a lot of it will come down on them.
Yeah, a lot to consider right there between these things, and we'll see what these teams are able to do. They're taking their time, Sasu. we are taking our time. I'm being notified that our wonderful observer and stream manager Ellie is struggling to join the room. So it's not a weapon select issue. It's once again the hardest part of Splatoon is to get in the lobby.
Absolutely, and sometimes I totally get it. If you've ever been at any sort of competitive Splatoon, you know what it is to just be in chat like, hey, can you send the invite again? Can you send it again?
Yeah.
That is just how it goes sometimes. But honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if these teams were mulling it over regardless, because I feel like Lemuria Hub isn't something that like you said, Pat, people ban this right off rip. They do not want to deal with it. Yeah. And despite the fact that it was an E leader that may have caused that counter pick, I think that a lot of people just don't like how huge this place is. They don't like the fact that they might get locked out. It's just too much of a risk. So I think when this gets picked at random, you may be caught a little bit flat-footed. And for those flexible players, really trying to decide what in their toolkit is what you need to bring to the stage.
Yeah. And while we're waiting, Sesu, bit of news from the rest of the group. Black Lotus not very lucky right now, got 3-0, but Azure is 1-1 against Utopia, and they have counter pick advantage as well. So another team, another Western team popping off and able to remind us that, the West has gotten better, the West has learned, and the West is able to really compete with these Japanese teams.
Yes, not to mention, that means that almost every single one of our qualifiers has taken at least one game off of a Japanese team. And I think before we were looking to PXG to be, maybe they're the only ones, since last time around, they were the only ones to really take a game. Now they have taken a set, and the rest of our qualifiers have taken those games. So certainly super great to see everyone queuing in. We're going to see that Sap in that S-Blast and Kiki on that Blaster and the sticker Splatana I spoke about before out of Silver.
Yep, that's going to be the game. And we have very similar composition right there, very similar playstyle between these two teams, and the two leaders are going to just look at each other and try to get the Splat. They're going to play in their corner. Meanwhile, the zone has been capped by 07 Quartet.
Yes, I think Jitachi went in to try and tag and help their E leader out to secure that pick perhaps, or at least displace the leader. And in the meantime, I think 07 Quartet are in a really good position. Now, unlike some other versions of Lemuria, it's a little bit harder to get a true knockout and really sort of spawn camp the other team. But Nemu Alpha getting this double into a triple with that assist and trying to just top it off. They've gotten pretty close to it.
Right now, ezmd is struggling to get out. Only 20 ticks left on the zone. Silver with a Booyah Bomb able to drop forward. They need to cap at least one of the zones, but they won't be able to. 07 Quartet, incredibly strong in this game. One Sesu, that was quite the showing.
Yes, I think 07 Quartet really showing their power here, because this was a 100-0 knockout. Nasty stuff. Didn't really even allow ezmd to sort of get within spitting distance of that zone. They got the picks that they needed, they moved up, and they disallowed anyone on ezmd from making that drop into mid right off rip. So that gives 07 a very important advantage going into the rest of the set.
I mean, that was really they took control. We saw the two eliters play tag at the start. But while these two elites were looking at each other, trying to get control, the map was painted yellow. The map was completely being taken over by the rest of Quartet because, oh, your editor's busy, we can do whatever we want. And really, ezmd was not really able to have that fight without Devin, without their Elita, and they paid the price. Once Quartet had their Elita and their Nautilus in position, really controlling the whole center of the map, again, you can't let an Elita be comfortable on here.
Very true. But I also think it's telling that Devin was preoccupied, and like I said, I think Jitachi kind of doubled back to help Samurai Kasato with that E-leader, that very cute E-leader off that we saw at the beginning. And once I wasn't sure if they got the pick or if they just forced Devin out of that position, but at the end of the day, you know, ezmd was also going up against a team that had no E-leader. Right? Because they were in this face-off, and I think that the front lines were strong enough and confident enough to just get the picks that they needed, especially with Hitachi doubling back, maybe having gotten the picks that they already needed. And then once they cleaned that up, it was kind of game. It was game there.
It was game. Yeah, great game number 1 by 07 Quartet. ezmd needs to find the answer, needs to change things, but of course first we're going to see the bans by 07 Quartet. Will not see the airport. No flying for you, and now we're waiting for the next game. Next ban.
Yeah, I'm not mad at the no-fly zone out of 07 Quartet. I don't care for Marlin Airport myself, and I actually think, at least in my head, not the best place for an E-leader snipe. You have that platform that goes up and down, and I think that can be very frustrating for a backline to not have a great sort of steady place you can stand. And Scorch Gorge, much like an Inkbot Art Academy, has this large center stack that cuts off sight lines for your leaders. So 07 Quartet, not wanting to deal with that, completely strikes it out of there. Actually, Manta Maria also has a big center stack. I'm seeing you know what, 07 Quartet is kind of striking things for both of them. I think ezmd's like, we're good with that.
I feel like these two teams are still kind of learning, but right there with 7 Quartet, there's kind of the same things going between these two teams, meaning we have an Elita, we have a Zap, and we have a Blaster, but the big difference is the Stamper and the Nautilus, of course. And right there, ezmd is going to pick Iltel Ali. That might be a comfort pick, but I mean, I'm not surprised. Knowing them, I'm not surprised.
Yes, Eeltail Alley is regularly going to be banned for any sort of team that does not have a leader on their team and is perhaps going up against one. But of course, because we have Samurai Kasato and Devin 4K here, both of them are probably going to be jonesing for this Eeltail Alley. Also of note is that Crab Leg has not been banned yet. We'll cross that bridge when we get to it. But Eeltail Alley for sure. It's going to be exciting to see which of the E-leaders either come up top, or alternately it may end up like last time. Both of them are kind of trained on each other and canceled out, so to speak, and it falls to their front lines to kind of clean up the rest.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen lockdowns. We've seen teams being completely locked in their spawn. This is another map for it. This is another issue. I mean, there's going to be a test. Whichever team is able to win the first fight will have a huge advantage going into the game right there. But the big question is, can EZMD make it work. They know what they have to face now. They know exactly the kind of strength they're facing, the kind of composition that they're seeing. The big question now is, can they counter that Nautilus, which is the big composition difference that they have? And do we see a different Stamper coming here? I feel like maybe a Zapecaster on here especially could allow EZMD to control more space and force their way back in when they need to.
Well, even then, didn't mention it, but Eeltel Alley also has an infamously difficult to cap zone. The zone is massive, and it's got a bunch of stuff in it. So having that Nautilus, I think, will also be super helpful for painting that zone. Because just overturning it is so bad. And like you said, Pat, if there's right off rip a lost sort of fight, you get wiped and you're sent back. Getting back into zone, painting the zone, getting it into your color, gonna be super difficult. So you're talking about what Silver might be running. We're getting into the game now, so we'll be able to take a bit of a peek at that. Nothing super different, I think, and nothing super different for Silver. I think a custom blaster, perhaps from Jitachi, instead of the S Blast, so that they can just splash down. No need, perhaps, for that. No need for that splashdown, but right off the top, they take Nemu Alpha off of the board, and we were just talking about that Nautilus. Nautilus was deleted right off rip.
Yeah, that was a great opening snipe, and Devin getting another one as well. That's what you want to do on this map. Beautiful counter, not letting the opponent jump away, and it looks like EZMD, their opening paid off. They have the chicken is finding Titachi. That's going to be a trade. That's still a lot of blue around, and Nemu Alpha is splatted as well. Now EZMD has the zone, and as you said, it's going to take a lot to repaint it, especially with 2 players down.
Yes, and some of your players being a blaster, right? But Nemu Alpha is the only person currently up. The rest of their teammates are coming back in. I saw that cooler down, so just like nothing, they come back in. But Devin 4K getting that pick on Jitachi, getting that that blaster off the board and activating the flow aura as well. They have just had such control over here. We are already heading to these single digits, and 07 Quartet has not so much as touched the zone. This rain is going to come out, but with 2 of their members down, that is game 100-0 push for EZMD.
All right, EZMD showing us that this is their map, that this is their street, and you better behave when you're on their street. Complete control, 100-0, and I mean, Devin absolutely popped off there. We have to point out that there were so many snipes, Sue.
Yes, we were looking at this being Eeltel Alley. We said, listen, it's going to be a leader v leader, but really there was just one leader, and it was Devin 4K. Getting those nasty picks, I think, stopping someone from jumping out by making sure to get that pick before it happened. You hate to see it when you're playing the game and you die mid-air out of your jump. You think you've made it out of dodge, but you haven't. And honestly, just an absolute domination there from EZMD, and especially what they want to see after that first game where 07 Quartet gave them a bit of that vibe as well. So a really good strike back.
Yeah, I mean, Sasu, before this tournament started, I think after the last Splat World Series, we had a bit of, oh, the West can't do it. But right now, our teams are showing confidence and they're getting results. If you look at the state of round 2 right now, PXG versus Swing, 1-0 for PXG. FTWin versus Rhythm, 1-0 for FTWin. Azure and Utopia are on a game 5. There's really a great showing by our Western teams who are able to really be evenly matched with Japan right now.
Yeah, even for those that aren't necessarily winning their sets, they are coming very close. We're seeing game fives, which we weren't even sure if we would see a set on the board, much less multiple games. So that is super exciting. Global Gauntlet really is doing its job, but the strikes are coming out of EZMD. Mahi Mahi Resort does get struck, and interestingly enough, Brinewater Springs, like we said before, this is a very prolific E-leader map, so maybe Eeltail is more their speed, Brinewater not so much.
I mean, we saw in round one during PXG versus Zest that you can flank on Brinewater Springs, that the Elita is not as good as we might think it is. As players have gotten faster and able to use the angles better, Elita kind of is outplayed on here, and that might be a good ban, honestly. Now the big question is, what will Quartet do? We've seen how good ezmd is when they're the ones to pick the map. Now it's Quartet's turn, and I mean, we know they'll have good plays as well.
Yes, I think I'm curious to see where they'll pick. Perhaps they just kind of keep it going with these E-leader map picks. It might be maybe a bluefin. No, it's going to be the Scourge onto quite a lot of teams. Flounder Heights. This is a very unconventional pick, I would argue, especially because a lot of teams are very wary of the retake here. Once a team has both zones, and if they get a wipe on you, getting even back into mid, especially with an E-leader standing up there and staring you down, can be so difficult. So they are really hedging their bets that they will win all of their fights here.
Yeah, I mean, for sure, there will be a lot of fights going, and kind of like what we saw on Eeltail Alley. The team that wins the first fight has a big advantage, because, as you said, retakes are incredibly hard, especially a retake against the team that has set an Elita up the wall. Let's get in the game, Sasu. Game number 3. There's a lot on the line. The team that wins this will be on match point, and Suemaru is bringing the Tri-Slusher. So is Phoenix. We're going to see these Tri-Slushers. No zap right here.
Super exciting. I love to see a Tri-Slosher. Of course, for anyone confused about this pick, Flounder Heights, the most vertical map in the entire game. So being able to slosh off a ledge is going to be super helpful here. You see Nemu Alpha getting that really great pick, and it is only Devin 4K who is left alive. Suemaru is already pushing up. So we were talking about how brutal that retake is. EZMD is already in that pretty terrible position.
The strong opening fight by 07 Quartet, and we need to note that they are bringing a splash as well. They will have the grab tanks to defend when they need to. That will be very strong. Sumaru just waiting. The chicken is showing the position as well as the point sensor. No sneaking your way here.
Yes, but I think that EZMD have been able to get 2 members down of 07 Quartet. That is quite literally half of the battle. And so they are already up the ramp. It's just about stalling out one of these zones. This is a 2-zone stage here. So Devin is asking for help. None of their teammates are able to help them there. A splashdown is going to neutralize that zone, but ultimately Phoenix goes down too. So we're in those single digits. Kiki really trying to get that pick. And ultimately this difficult retake, I think, has gotten the better of EZMD, because 07 Quartet takes this in an absolute lockout.
EZMD got a zone. EZMD got back on mid, and as you said, they got 2 splats as they got to their zone, but then everybody respawned and they were not able to push this team out. I mean, 07 Quartet right here. Between it's not just that they won the first team fight between the Nautilus and the Splash. They had such great tools to really hold their ground, to not let their opponent get the retake, and that's what they did. They really, ezmd had such literally an uphill battle to get back onto these zones.
And I think, it's so clear how well 07 Quartet know how to fight here. The point where Suemaru is standing in that corner, just waiting, kind of calling out ezmd, saying, I know someone's going to try and flank up this wall. I'm here ready for it to frame one, get rid of this guy. And I think as soon as they located them, they're like, oh, let me move to where it is I need to go. So essentially there's a bit of a 3v4 going on there, and they were still able to hold off ezmd. So 07 Quartet very much showed why this is their counter pick. And now that the ball is in ezmd's court, in terms of picking where we're going, we might be seeing a strike back.
Yeah, well, no hammerhead bridge right here. 07 Quartet, after banning the Manta Maria because they don't want to see a Splatling, now they're banning Hammerhead. I guess they don't want to see a leader.
I think they're clearly 07 Quartet are fine with the leader. They were not threatened enough by Devin 4K's leader that they said, these bans are just so interesting. Museum also going to be banned. Museum is another, I would argue, if you're not so sure about these stages, if you're a little bit new and you're trying to get into Splatoon and watching this, just assume almost anywhere as a leader map, unless otherwise specified. And you can really tell that these are both leader teams because Crab Leg Capital still on the board despite all of these strikes. So it's obviously up to ezmd, them being a Western team. Perhaps they go to a Haggle, a Mako Mart, a Barnacle and Dime, something a bit more conventional for the West, or even perhaps an Umami Ruins. But Crab Lake Capital, I'm sure, is staring them down, just begging for them to go there if they feel confident enough in Devin being able to sort of hold down that mid.
Yeah, now the big question is, do we go bluefin?
Robo Ramen's there too, I guess.
Robo, yeah, I guess. That's possibility.
Yeah. ezmd is kind of spoiled for choice. There are actually quite a few pretty playable maps, and they are going to go to Crab Leg Capital. I've been enjoying how much ezmd just put their trust in Devin to take themselves. They know they're up against another leader, but they say, no, we got this, just like Eeltail, where we're going to take it to them, and our leader ultimately is going to be the more oppressive of the two.
Hey, Sasu, there's a big difference between a team with an eliter and a team around an eliter, and ezmd knows how to has really built their identity around, oh, we have that eliter, we're going to pick the maps where we know we can make the best of it. And but there's one thing to note as well, is that this is not just a great eliter map, this is also a great blaster map, because there's these ledges where once you have control, you just put your blaster under any ledge, and that blaster is going to get splats. And of course, if you're walking on a grate, a blaster is going to splat you. That's going to happen.
Yes, and honestly, that was a really good point, Pat, because I will point out that a lot of people, I think that E-Leader has come a lot into the conversation, maybe within the last 6 to 7 months, at least in the West. And all the while, ezmd, Devin 4K has been on that leader, trucking the entire time. So it's not just a meta pick. They've been on the weapon. They've done their dues, and they're ready to go. But right off the top here, Devin really interestingly in that bottom right on low ground. Suemaru trying to punish that, but not quite getting away with it.
Yeah, they kind of used Devin as bait. Well, the bait has been splatted, though. It looks like Quartet are trying to move forward, trying to take their control, but the tactical is deployed, and with 2 down on ezmd, it looks like 07 Quartet now are going to set up the control, and they're going on the platform. They are going in.
Oh my gosh, right now it's not looking so much like a counter pick. They were going for absolute domination, but I think ezmd does a pretty solid job of making sure it doesn't get too bad. They're working their way back into mid. Ultimately, the Booyah Bomb, I think, is going to supplement them getting the zone, but ultimately a little bit too far away, and it gets counter-struck there. So Zetachi, especially having switched off of the blaster instead of this blaster, trying to get Phoenix in this 1v1 and ultimately getting the splat. They are already heading for those single digits. Zetachi, I think, perhaps flipping. I'm not quite sure, but you would have thought this was a pick out of Quartet because that was a dominant performance.
I mean, again, these two teams have similar playstyles. They have the elite playstyle very much, and the signature of this playstyle that we see from both of these teams is that once you are in control, it's hard to push you out. And right there, we knew on Crableg Capital, if there's a team that has their elite above the zone and then their players under the ledge ready to get the splats, it is so hard to get back in. 07 Quartet really took control of the map and didn't let ezmd get away with their game, which means that's going to be a victory for 07 Quartet.
Yes, really, just a really strong showing in general. I think that overall sweep, but not too. It was interesting because I feel like every single one of those games was dominant, regardless of if ezmd or 07 won it. But we are going to keep on trucking to the next game. We teased them before. It's FTWin North American champs, and you see that Canada USA split for all of these players.
Yeah, I mean, you've seen them, you've known them, you know who they are, you know what they've done. They are the legends who dominated all of Splatoon 2 in the West, almost all of Splatoon 2, and who are coming back for the occasion and showing us what they can do now. They're bringing a very classic comp with Bursty on the Jewies. We'll see what he can do there.
Yes, that's going to be very exciting to see. I think Bursty also has that Splash-O-Matic and a possible 96 Gal. Perhaps if they decide to go at it with a VAC. But as someone who got into Splatoon myself in Splatoon 2, FTWin, always well known as that dominant force, several-time national champions as well. They are not to be trifled with. You saw that they got reverse sweeped by a different team. Yeah. But the fact that they had the team they were going up against in a 2-0 when we saw them just shows their power. And they are going to be going up against 07 Quartet, who we just saw really get that dominant set over ezmd. So we know exactly what they're up against.
Yeah, and that's going to be a show for them. Right now, FTWin is still fighting against ISM Rhythm, and well, we get to see Kyo's perspective of that set exactly. Thank you so much, Illy. And yeah, I mean, they're going in there. It's 2-1 for Rhythm right now. And we are going, the map will be Macromart.
Yes, that's got to be exciting for FTWin. I think that once again, this is a staple in the West. So I think that having that comfortability, also Biscuit, as you saw in their weapon pool, has the pen and also the heavy, but noticeably missing is that leader. So we're going to deal with that when they do eventually, after this set, have to go up against 07 Quartet. But for now, I think being on a standard place like Mako Mart, especially when you have Kyo and Sam with that AoE able to pressure all of those stacks, certainly is going to be good for them.
Yeah, this AoE will be crucial, especially on Macromart right there. Let's get in the game. FTWin bringing it on the other side. An Eater with the Dreadbringer as well. These Rift Sliders, I don't know if they're still able to cap the zone on this zone, probably, because this zone is so good for it.
I think it's technically perhaps possible if you have the gear for it. Many people are not quite going to want to give all of that gear, but I think at the very least it will pretty handily neutralize the zone. And if your teammates are able to put just a little bit of ink, the zone is indeed yours. So right off the top, I think for a little bit, FTWin is able to kind of take that zone, but ultimately they've lost it there.
Yeah, not able to win the first fight, but the first fight is not everything. We see Kyo probing, trying to find the opponents and trying to get things going. Meanwhile, they're not yet able to really get full control. We have a bit of lag on here, so I'm not sure we can see everything.
Yeah, but listen, I don't know what's up with Kyo's internet or the stream, but ultimately I think what we can see is that there has been that the team that they're up against, Team Livia, or rather they've changed their name, my apologies. I think that there's just one member up, so they've finally been able to take back that zone and kind of stall things out a little bit.
Yeah, right now we see I have Kyo's stream open, and there's no penalty left on Riven as FTWin is trying to retake the zone. The strikes are coming. I'm not sure if it's going to be enough. They're able to deny control, but they're not able to get the cap yet. No, it's not looking good, Sasu. It looks like FTWin is going to lose this one. Oh, wait. We have a bunch of delay, actually. I just spoiled everything for you all.
Yes, we are quite behind, but I know I don't think anyone, even despite the fact that we've been really showing up as the West, people are still very much expecting Western teams to lose. So you see there that they're not able to put on that penalty. I think that's what you were talking about. Kyo jumps in to try and get the picks. Two of his teammates are down, but it's just too little too late. And they cap that off. Not necessarily super surprising, seeing as though Rhythm as a team, Livia, Grand Roll, Yochan Ika, Goyame is going to be the last person on that team. They're a pencil team up against an E-leader team, and if that was tough for them, they've got something coming in 07 Quartet.
Yeah, I mean, that was quite the showing by Rhythm. FTWin has more work to do now. They need to go against 07 Quartet. We've seen 07 Quartet already. Not exactly the same playstyle as Rhythm, not exactly the same players, of course. So we'll see what they do, how these two teams play right there. Let me. and we'll see how they do now. Sasu, now that we've seen both of these teams, now that we have an idea of how things are going to play, what do you expect to happen?
That
overall?
is a good question. I mean, it's a little bit hard because I feel like watching FTWin go down to a leader team just then, and knowing that 07 Quartet is not just a leader team, but is an extremely dominant leader team. We saw every, well, I guess not every time because they pretty handily lost to ezmd on that eel tail pick. But other than that, when they're on something like a crab, like as long as their leader is able to set up, I think they can be they may even stop the frontliners straight in their tracks. So I think that FTWin certainly have an uphill battle because other than eel tail, we haven't really seen a lot of weakness out of 07 Quartet.
Yeah, FTWin will need to find the tools to push, to force their opponent out of the map if they want to be able to really get that control, to really get their presence right there. But as you can see on the board right there, more games are coming in. These teams keep playing over and over. For now, round 2 is over for most of these teams. That's, again, as we had round 1, 5 Japanese teams have won, and PXG is still fighting for the West, trying to keep it alive.
Yes, though there's still a lot of Splatoon, obviously, to be played, and I think you have to take into account, like, playing all of these tough games, we may be seeing things, even though these are top players, with fatigue. Everyone's playing at vastly different times. You see that if FTWin North American players, it can be anywhere from 8, at least local time. There are several, I think, EST players perhaps for FTWin. That's going to be 1 a.m. for some players.
1 a.m. That's horrible.
And for European players as well, who have had to stay up or perhaps adjust their sleep schedules. I think playing into 6, 7 a.m. As time goes by may end up being an issue. And you know what? I think for Japan, when we started, at least for me, that's 11 p.m. local time. I think it was sort of late in the morning for them. So a lot of people may have just woken up to play Splatoon because it is Saturday morning over there as well. So maybe some people warming up in Japan, some people craving for sleep in Europe, and the same thing out of some Western North Americans as well.
Yeah, and I mean, still a lot to do, but yeah, it's 7 a.m. right now in France, which is a good thing for these French players. The sun is going to rise. They're going to get more and more energy as the actual day will happen.
Yeah, maybe they will rise along with the sun up against the land of the rising sun.
Yeah,
in Japan. So
I mean, that was a thing that would happen a lot when there would be Western majors, where a Japanese team would come to these majors and they would play in the middle of the night for them. But as the morning would come, they would get better and better because they would be waking up.
And sometimes, like, that's something we have to take into account. I think with Splat World Series in particular, a lot of these events are happening at different times. Depending, I guess, not on who it's catered to, but where you are. But it's very helpful to have that way ahead of time. Get your sleep schedule in order. Maybe go to sleep a little bit earlier on this day, knowing you have to be up so early and to account for it. But I think definitely having Global Gauntlet not only lets you practice against the teams, I think for the most part, the practice is coming for the West, of course, up against Eastern teams. But I think that Western teams, Europe and North America, very obviously have very different time zones, and maybe are used to playing against each other with those differences.
Yeah.
But I think this honestly also helps them with playing at this time difference as well.
Yeah, right there. I mean, that's for sure. Time difference is a big thing, and apparently PXG just got to Game 5 against Swing, so that set is not over for PXG. They're going to hold things a little bit. I believe it would be No Mercy that will have to wait a bit for Swing to come, and with them as well, I've also wait for PXG to be ready. But yeah, that they're kind of slowing down the group.
Listen, it wouldn't be a tourney, even though there's no bracket and it's just round robin, if we didn't have some holdups there. So really solid to see that is going down, that we're doing so well. And I think on stream we will be seeing Azure versus Swing. So that is going to be exciting when we do get into that. But also wanted to notify everyone that I believe there's also a Japanese stream playing as well. And they are also highlighting different sets than are happening on the Western stream. So perhaps if you are really good on your Japanese, or perhaps just want to watch that stream, be sure to catch that probably on the Area Cup display, if I'm not mistaken, to see maybe what's going on the other side of things.
Yeah, very much. And we'll see right now we have a count of the sets and games between the West and the East. And you can see that the set win doesn't tell the whole story, Sasu.
Yeah, and people say that all the time. They're like, oh, but the set, da-da-da-da-da. And you watch it and it's kind of whatever. But like, genuinely, first of all, I saw that both Azure and FTWin took it to a Game 5 and then ultimately lost their sets. So as much as PXG was able to get that set win, other teams were very, very close to also pulling it off. Not just one other team, because maybe people are like, oh, PXG and FTWin are the only ones that they really maybe even assumed would get games, so to speak. But Azure also taking it to that Game 5, and almost every single one of our teams, I think with the exception of Black Lotus, if I'm not mistaken, has taken minimum one game off of a Japanese team. So that is really exciting results when you put it up against the West's performance last time around.
Yeah, so Black Lotus and No Mercy have yet to take a game off of Japan. But yeah, we have 4 teams that have been able to take games. But that's the big issue, Sasu, is that there's a huge difference between winning a game and winning 3 games out of 5. And that's what we see here. These top level players, it's always going to look incredibly close at that level, because it's micro adjustments, it's finding the extra angle, it's finding the strategy that's going to lock out your opponent. It's going to be down to such tiny things that we, as humble casters that are not top level players, we can't even completely see all of that. It's always going to be the extra angle, the extra mistake that your opponent is going to do, that you're able to exploit, be in the right position at the right time at all time. And over the course of the game, our Western teams are able to compete. Now the big question is, can they compete over the course of the whole set? And those bans are coming, and they're coming pretty fast.
Yeah, You know, to build off of what you said, Pat, I think that was shown off in spades in that first PXG match when you saw that. I honestly think PXG may have dropped some games they otherwise won if they didn't understand that they had to hold those strikes to counter them so that they weren't losing the zone. It was all about strategy and realizing what they had to do in order to eke out that win. So now it will be up to FTWin to see if they could be the second team to take a set. Obviously, they immediately ban some of the least familiar and most cumbersome E-leader maps, but there is no escape after the bans coming out of 07 Quartet. Crab Lake Capital going to be picked randomly, and that is some rotten luck for FTWin.
But I feel like that would have been a pick by 07 Quartet. Like, they have to be happy with that. We saw them absolutely dominate against ezmd when ezmd wanted to go here. So 07 Quartet, we know they're happy here. We know they have the plays here. We know they are incredibly strong, incredibly fast, and incredibly hard to push back onto.
Yes, this is especially nasty. Luckily for FTWin, they didn't get to see that game, or perhaps unluckily, because maybe that would have given them a little bit of intel as to how they can perhaps get through 07 Quartet's defenses. But not even gonna hold you. I think we might end up seeing a bit, not to call it ahead of time, a bit of a comp diff. I feel like not only going up against a leader, but a leader that's this strong and dominant, and all you really have is a pen or a heavy. You know, it's possible, but not looking so good. Yeah?
It's FTWin. Like, they can do it. They can do it. They've shown that they can do it over and over. Now the big question is, will they do it? And Nemu Alpha no longer on the Nautilus. That's 07 Quartet already changing their playstyle because they know they're not facing a leader, I guess.
I suppose so, but I think Sam already getting into it with Nemu Alpha and going to come up top, but going to be traded out ultimately. And FTWin is bringing, I think, this, honestly, not much. I think they go down to Samurai Kasato. Biscuit being extremely aggressive to the point where their leader has to back out, and that is super helpful because they currently have the zone and the lead.
Yeah, really presence by Biscuit right here, but the hammer is going to find a splat, another splat as well with the mini. That's going to allow Quartet to really take control of that zone, set themselves back on it, and but FTWin doesn't care, and Biscuit is shredding with the pencil, completely punishing their opponent, and Sam is there to follow as well.
No, I think this is exactly what you have to do when you're up against this leader, this reckless abandon that we're kind of seeing from them, saying, I do not fear the leader, we are just going to push them. Bursty has that flow aura active, and Biscuit is in this extremely aggressive place on that right. Samurai Kasato barely even has any paint or anywhere to stand. Everyone on 07 Quartet is just falling like dominoes, and right now we are in the final moments where they can retake this zone. Kasato gets the pick that they need, but I think at this last second they're going to try and get there, but too many of their members have gone down. Just as I was saying, they were going to be countered here. Absolutely, FTWin have proved me completely wrong and dominantly take this first game.
FTWin just rewrote how you're supposed to play this map. You're supposed to hold the map, put your elite in position, and not move. FTWin, I mean, they did what FTWin does. They ran forward, and because it's FTWin, it works. But only FTWin can run forward like that and win. I still don't know. Years later, I still don't know how they do it, but they still do it.
It's in the name, Pat. A lot of people, at least from my time, you say FTWin, you think it's for the win. No, the F in FTWin stands for feed to win.
Yep.
And that's exactly what they do. They dove the other team. You saw those absolutely crazy. It takes so much confidence as a pen to just say, no, I'm built different. I'm going to be in this aggressive place. I don't care who runs me down. Not just their pen, every single member of FTWin diving the other team, and it's that confidence that wins you the first game in the set.
Yeah, and that confidence is really what carried FTWin right there. They got in, they did not wait, and before the game, we thought 07 Quartet was happy. We thought 07 Quartet had the opportunities, had the moves, but now 07 Quartet has to be puzzled as to what to expect right there. They just learned what FTWin is capable of, and now FTWin gets to ban a few maps and they're going to ban Brinewater already.
Yeah, clearly they're continuing on with they would have banned Crableg if they had the hands to do so, but like we've been saying the entire time, there's only so many leader maps that you can ban. There's just too many of them to deal with, but FTWin is going through them one by one. Brinewater and Museum are really strong places for leaders to sit, but honestly, 07 Quartet, now they really might have their work cut out for them. Now they're going to ban these places, I'm sure, that aren't so advantageous for leader. Maybe an Inkblot, a Scorch, anywhere that just has these massive center stacks or something to that extent. They may get, I was going to say lucky again, rather they're not going to ban, they're going to select. So wouldn't be surprised if we see maybe like a Hammerhead or something to that effect. But given how we saw Biscuit playing, who knows? They might be a little bit more trepidatious about exactly where it is that they're going.
I mean, right there, Quartet tried to play a bit more aggro, but they got outpaced by FTWin. Now the big question is, does Quartet try to get faster? I think with an E-liter they'll have trouble matching the pace that FTWin is bringing, so Quartet will have to find a way to slow down the game. I wouldn't be surprised to see Nautilus come back, honestly, Sasu.
Yeah, maybe. Actually, I'm curious as to why they subbed it out in the first place. I feel like Nemu Alpha was having some trouble in that prior set. I feel like what was it? Was it Mako Murder? I just remember Nemu Alpha just like going down time after time. So perhaps just by kind of being on that Nautilus for the most part, felt like they needed to, or perhaps they know that FTWin, they're so fast that they may need something a bit more fast paced, like a mini. But I don't know. I feel like when there's pace that fast, maybe they just need time to adjust after being up against ezmd, who they felt like they were a bit more matched with, to see what it is they can get away with. But they're really stewing on this pick. I'm curious. Honestly, probably because Crableg should have gone in their favor, and now that it hasn't, they've got a lot to think about.
Yeah, there's a lot to ponder. Meanwhile, in the rest of the bracket, PXG lost round 2 at 3-2 in favor of Swing. That is the end of the round. Still only one set for the West. That means the other teams, I mean, a few teams have started and a few teams have already done with round 3 already. There's a couple of 3-0s. But it's certainly not over. We have our teams fighting, and I mean, still a lot to do. That board of games is so big. There are so many games to play.
Yes, and that's going to be super exciting, especially to see those stats afterwards. Not to mention, I think we're going to have sort of analyst desk at the midpoint, so we can kind of go over a lot of the stuff that we've been seeing. So that's going to be massively exciting. Right now, we're sort of in the thick of it, but I always love seeing just the information there at the end. But yeah, those are really good scores that we're seeing here from the West, and I'm just happy to see it, because I feel like having this global gauntlet, and this is the first global gauntlet, of course, there will be a second one coming up. But while we're looking at this one, I feel like we can only really get stronger and stronger. And seeing as though, as much as we're thinking of it as the West getting practice for the East, I think that this also gives the East a lot of intel about our Western teams. So that seeing how that goes down in the next one, super interesting. But ultimately, Umami Ruins going to be the pick out of 07 Quartet.
Yes, Umami Ruins wide map plays a bit differently, will allow 07 Quartet to get their way back. There won't be that big ledge that FTWin played off. There's the way back onto the zones will be a bit smoother for 07 Quartet. They'll be able to play their game. And of course, there's these big sightlines. There's a lot of distance. This is the kind of map where you want to go with an editor against a pencil. But I mean, again, does the map matter? We saw what FTWin was able to do on Crableg. Now let's see what they can do on the Umami Ruins. And not just back.
I'm interested to see this, because I think a lot of this will be technique, but you see that 07 Quartet is not playing games. Suemaru and Jitachi going to forsake the blaster and instead go double gal. Probably for those double zones, they can set up those walls and completely lock out FTWin, and two of the members are already down. Sam doesn't have that much paint to deal with, so I think 07 Quartet clearly playing for keeps with how they are already giving FTWin a little bit of a taste of their own medicine with this diving.
Yeah, nice opening right there by 07 Quartet, and they're moving in, getting more splats. What a showing, what an opening. They're already halfway through their points, and they're getting more splats.
Yes, not to mention, Samurai Katato has been on that pen, so they are just matching. Suemaru ultimately goes down bursting, popping that crab that is going to be active, but not going to find much use already. 07 Quartet is barreling towards those single digits. Jitachi jumps out. Suemaru goes down, but ultimately, I think they have neutralized this left zone, but too many of them have gone down. And 07 Quartet, I think maybe they're I don't know if they're resting on their laurels, or if FTWin giving them the business last time was a wake-up call, but with this counter pick, they have certainly struck back, so to speak.
I mean, in game one, we saw FTWin completely outpace their opponent, be able to really be faster and force Quartet to fight where they didn't want to, and that they took control of the pace of the game. Now 07 Quartet, they had a choice. Either they would try to slow down FTWin, but they decided that they didn't want to do that. They decided to go even faster, to be everywhere, to be forward. They are playing FTWin's game, and they just beat FTWin at beating to win.
Yeah, and you know, when you got the gals, I said that this would be about technique, and I think it really was. First of all, you have that choke point, that bottleneck for Umami that people have to cross through if they want to get back into the zone. And 07 Quartet completely put the lock on it, definitely put up a wall in more ways than one. Running double gal
Yeah.
The fact that they said, we don't want the blaster. Blaster's super strong now in the meta. You've seen it played by Japanese teams, by Western teams. And they said, whatever, we want the wall, so you can't move anywhere. We're going to just lock you out there. And then, fighting guns. We'll just shoot you. You die, you stagger. That's it. I think 07 Quartet may be just as nasty as FTWin was in that first game.
Yeah. Great game right there by 07 Quartet. That's how you answer after game number 1, where FTWin was able to really show dominance. 07 Quartet comes back and answers in kind. That's what we're going to see with these top level teams. There's always a team that figures something about the other team. They're able to simply go faster, to simply outplay their opponent. Now it's FTWin's turn to try to find the answer, to try to adapt, to change things. I mean, they just faced 2 completely different teams between game number 1 and game number 2 Sesu. Now, 07 Quartet just banned Humpback Bump Track. And Macomart. They don't want to see Kyo pop up with the Slosher.
No, they are looking specifically to make sure that Kyo does not thrive here, because I certainly would want to go there as a slosher, but it's going to be a little bit of an unconventional pick here in Wahoo World. You're really going to have to trust your abilities here, because if you thought Wahoo World is just absolutely massive. It takes forever to get back into mid. So once again, just like Sturgeon's Shipyard, you have to make sure you do not wipe here, but especially because they're up against 2 walls. If they decide to run double gal again, just even entering into zone may become an issue. So they're really going to have to lock in here to get the win.
I mean, game 1, we had FTWin win the first fight and then destroy the game. Game 2, we had 07 Quartet win the first fight and destroy the game. On this map, retaking control of top mid once you've lost the first fight is so hard. It is so hard. So the team that wins the first fight is likely to win the game. I guess that's the script of this set, Sasu.
Oh, interesting.
Ooh.
We do have kind of quite a few changes. Jitachi going back to that custom blaster, Suemaru switching back to the 96, and I think we have a pen heavy combo here with Bursty on that heavy. We've been seeing a lot of that in top level play, this double backline, but already off the top, 2 members down, Suemaru just barely getting out of dodge, so not quite a wipe, but certainly not the strongest opening there for 07 Quartet.
Yeah, and the big difference between these 2 teams right there is that 07 Quartet has 2 point sensors and 2 sprinklers. FTWin has bombs. And that's no wait, there's 2 and like FTWin with the bombs that they have, that they have a bit more fighting power, but already 07 Quartet, I think that's the first retake of this set, Sasu.
Yes, you see, look, they already ran it past that halfway point with the hold that they had, but I think 07 Quartet trying to set up and make it difficult for anyone to feel safe going down there. Nemu Alpha overextending, but checking themselves and jumping out accordingly. ZEST getting an absolute critical pick on Bursty and taking them off the sort of the map here, and this is just not looking good, especially because 07 Quartet just took that lead back.
Yeah, they have the lead, but they just lost 3 players. It's only the Pencil. That Pencil trying to paint, trying to deny the penalty, but they'll have to concede it. They're still on their platform, but they are coming back a bit too slowly. I think that's going to be very nice for FTWin. FTWin able to retake control of top mid and to push 07 Quartet in a very, very rough spot, and they get more splats as well.
That was genuinely a really beautiful retake we saw out of FTWin. I think that it can be so easy to fall apart. You see Sam just falling down. They're going to get a double, but not quite close that out with a pick on Samurai Kasato on the pen. So Biscuit asking for a little bit of supplementary work there. They grab that lead back, and right now what they need is to close off that game. And with two of the members down, Shitachi trying to get that pick. It's just two members down, so we'll see if they're able to get it at the end. Sam just getting the picks off here. Two members down, they die in so many, and there is the fact. It's just the pen. A wipeout happens here, and from the jaws of defeat, 07 Quartet keep themselves in this game, Pat.
Yeah, it is not over. And if you think that FTWin has a huge lead, they do. But getting back onto the zone is going to be rough. There's 2 minutes left in this game, Sasu. And right now, Sam is on the platform already going for the zone. There's the strikes, there's the bubble. FTWin applies the penalty, and they're able to stay on top of the game. They know that as long as they can deny the KO for a minute and a half, they're going to win this game. But right now, they just got wiped out.
Yes, and it's going to take a while to get back into mid. I was just thinking that FTWin were in a pretty good position. They were looking solid. This is a very unfortunate wipeout to happen here. Time is sort of ticking, and quite frankly, the penalty was looking a little bit deceptive. The VAC comes out. It's not... Really, they're going to have to watch their time here. They're finally out of penalty. They camp all of these jumps that happen here. Sam going to go down as well. It is just Kyo, but Kyo, in the meantime, while he's been camping those jumps, was able to neutralize that zone. So now that is even more penalty, and as a one-man team is able to keep themselves back in the game, especially because that is a delayed wipe there on 07, and we are under a minute left, Pat.
Incredible play by Q, just allowing the team to survive, and Sam jumping in, getting the splat. What a play by FTWin, saving themselves by the skin of their teeth. And also on Quartet, they don't know what to do right now. They're forced to wait. They don't have much time. 20 seconds, and they just lost their pencil. It's going to be rough to go in. The vacuum is there, though. They're able to get a few splats. They're able to get the presents. We are going to overtime.
Yes, but everything lies in the balance. Everyone's going to have to make sure that they stay up. Nemu Alpha going to take that, what they thought was a 1v1, but Bursty going to ultimately take that pick. We are just about getting out of the penalty, so the time is ticking, Pat. You see Sam at the edge there trying to get the pick. Those members are down. They are painting those strikes, but it neutralizes the zone, despite the fact that Kyo goes down, and FTWin by the skin of their teeth eke out this other win. What a nail biter.
All the feeding for all the winning right here. What a play. Kyo, an absolute monster, recognizing exactly at all times when do you need to fight and when do you need to paint. Kyo with your awareness right there, and twice saving the team, saving the lead, not letting 07 Quartet come back.
Kyo was in such a critical point there. We've seen, not just for FTWin, but the West at large, a lot has fallen down on these triple ink strikes ultimately. And being the holder of those triple ink strikes, those are enough to just cap over the entire zone. So you cannot pop them too early, too late. You cannot go down with them in your pocket. If Kyo went down a little bit earlier, they would have completely lost that game. But despite the fact that the pick was secured on Kyo, having the acumen, the smarts to send those out when that happened, to live just long enough to neutralize the zone, being, I think, the only person, if not one of the only people up against 4 members of the other team. Just barely saved them the game, and that is the strong decision making that you want to see in these games.
Yeah, I mean, this awareness that Kyo has, that's the kind of thing that you can only develop by being years after years after years at the top level. You need to play at that level for so long if you want to be able to pull that kind of play, especially against a team like a 7 Quartet. We've seen them play so many games. They are so fast, they are on top of everything, but they are not on top of Kyo right now, who was able to create the surprise to get control of the zone, and also to make the follow through every time we saw Kyo get a splat, get some control. There was Sam right there with the blaster to get the AoE, to get the splats, to get the presence, to get the bubbler on the zone, to make sure that everything would go according to plan. Really, I mean, all of FTWin playing as one and reminding us, I mean, why they are the legends of Western Splatoon.
I think something like 8-time North American champions, perhaps, as you will always see in Kyo's bio. FTWin are not to be trifled with, and this is exactly why. Along with that feeding and that strong, just fighting power is that gameplay that we see, knowing to have those bubbles and the strikes to make sure everything goes according to plan. Now, FTWin coming out on the win for that set. It is going to be their turn to have the strikes. Barnacle and Dime and Undertow Spillway. Interesting choices. Barnacle and Dime, I'm assuming they don't want to have to deal with what they saw on Umami, where they were just completely locked out. Barnacle and Dime, perhaps, just once again, Umami don't want to deal with the double zone. So it is going to be Inkbot Art Academy almost immediately picked, interestingly enough, by 07 Quartet there, who does have a leader.
Hey, any backline on top mid is going to be dangerous on here. It's still very much a map where there are good sniping positions, so we'll see how 07 Quartet are able to make it work. But we've seen them adapt, we've seen them change their weapons, change the way they play. The big questions is going to be how exactly they do so. I think our teams didn't hesitate much in the weapon selector, so we're already back in there, and that's going to be a pencil for 07 Quartet.
Yes, I think that they've realized off of that first game they have not, I don't think, gone back to the leader. Perhaps leader is just not up to pace against FTWin. So right off the top, they're going to get a pick. Kyo also going to be a little bit checked, and I think like a wave, 07 Quartet kind of collapse on FTWin and force them all to jump out. So now they're in the position where they have to really play a little bit careful and don't overextend.
Yeah, and 07 Quartet going on that platform. Getting the zone is not enough. They really want to get as much ahead as they can. And they go and get trades far away from the zone. But FTWin respawn, got the strikes on, and with these extra splats, they're going to retake the zone. And I think that's a delayed wipe.
Yes, essentially. You see everybody coming in now. I think that everyone playing super smart there in terms of taking their fights, and it's FTWin that is set up in that top mid, putting all this pressure on 07 Quartet on basically their own counter pick. So there is a lot of green everywhere. Kasato, Samurai Kasato in that 1v1 kind of bows out from doing that, perhaps with Bursty. Suemaru just completely won and finished off here. And when the dust settles, you see FTWin, they still got the zone.
Yeah, they still got the zone right there. They have their control. these strikes will delay things. It's actually activating the splashdown. That's not enough to cap yet, but Bear will have the follow through. The rest of the team will be here to keep going. Zetashi wins the blaster duel against Salamander, and now it's 07 Quartet really securing their control over the zone. Biscuit getting a splat, almost getting splatted, but surviving and healing right there. That's a huge presence by the pencil. That's going to allow all of FTWin to go back in. They get the wipe out. They still have the lead. And Sam is going in.
The last thing you want is to be in a situation where FTWin can move up and harass you in your own bats. First, they're going to find a pick on this grab tank, and Nemu Alpha mistakenly gonna drop there into the clutches of Sam, who just checks that. And right now, I would argue 07 Quartet is kind of in this lockout scenario. They can't seem to make it into mid, and despite that Gal trying to take that flank, they do go down. So Kyo going to put those triple ink strikes a little bit early just to keep 07 Quartet in check a little bit there.
Yeah, and right there, 2 minutes left, but it could be less than that if 07 Quartet cannot cap. They did not cap. The zone is green, and FTWin is going to get the victory 3-1 against 07 Quartet.
Yes, FTWin now becomes not just the other Western team to take a set off of a Japanese team, but noticeably in the most dominant fashion, more dominant than as of now PXG could pull off. They won that in that 5th game, and FTWin, I think we have not seen any Western team deny a Japanese team 2 games off of them. So the fact that they won that, not to mention that last one pretty dominantly, they're pretty effectively, you would have thought it was FTWin that had that pick actually, with how that was going down. I'm sure they're very proud of their performance, because they really ran through 07 Quartet like paper, really.
Yeah, it really felt like 07 Quartet were trying to adapt to FTWin, and several times we saw them. Of course, they managed to get a game, and that game was incredibly dominant. They were able to really force their way forward, put FTWin in bad position. But after that, FTWin adapted, got better, and really got their victories there, Sue.
Yes, but that will be the end of game 3 and the end of our set. So before we pass it off to our analyst for an analyst section, very quickly we'll get those plugs in before we sign off. Pat, go ahead and give me your plugs.
You can find me on Blue Sky. It's written on your screen right here. And that's the best way to find me. You'll also be able to find me on Adaptable Production in tonight, Saturday evening for In the Zone. So make sure to watch that. And how about you, Ceci? Do you have something to plug?
I will also be on that In the Zone cast as well. You can find me at Sasu in Your Pants, SASUIN. The letters UR pants, and yeah, that's going to be it for us. We are going to throw it to K-Bot, Shadow Wind of Moonlight, and Popgun for the Analyst Desk.
It's 1:15. We've only won 2 sets, and we need you now to pay attention to us as we give you a little bit of a break in between everything you've just seen and everything that you're about to see in Global Gauntlet #1 Finals. Holy smokes, K-Bot. We came into this one thinking it was going to be potentially another curb stomp. It's been anything but that. Kind of. We've seen some life today.
The West isn't doing half bad. We got 2 match wins. That's huge as far as anyone else is concerned. Tell you what, though, Popgun, I don't need a break from the games. I need a break from your singing, I think.
We'll get there.
we'll get there. Maybe we'll get there. But I think the most interesting thing is the fact that the West is holding up right now. It's actually not all lost. FTWin is now coming off of a win over 07 Quartet. PXG obviously picked up their round 1 win over ZEST. I think it's a promising sign for folks in the West. I don't necessarily know if the gap is closed. I don't know exactly what's going on. All I know is that the Western team showed up to play today.
And Shadow, when we've been watching not just the matches on the IPL stream or the Area Cup stream, we've just been poking around all the point of views that everyone has up on Twitch and YouTube. And we've seen a lot of great roller action going on. We've unfortunately seen a lot of great gal and leader play coming out from a lot of great players as well. What are some things that have jumped out to you from the player point of view of what you've been seeing so far?
From danger is just such a good thing to be able to jump out of danger so easily and so well that they're able to get out of danger so quickly.
And we'd like to thank all of you for sticking around with us as we've gotten halfway through the event and we still got halfway to go. As you see, there's more opportunities to get more wins, set wins, game wins. And while all of this is about the competition between each region or Japan versus the rest of the known universe, this is more so getting practice and exposure for those top players, getting experience against players they're not used to seeing, and giving you matches you're not used to seeing as well. So this is all building up towards the ultimate final event of the Splat World Series later on this year. We've got 3 matches left to go and 3 more rounds. We'll do another quick preview of the ones that you were going to be seeing on stream, starting off with FTWin versus Utopia. K-Bot, this is a rematch actually of last Splat World Series finals, where FTWin had a huge lead in both of the games, ultimately losing in overtime of both of them. FTWin's coming off their first win, though, against a team from Japan. How's that going to translate into this match?
FTWin's got some momentum, and they're going to need to keep it up to stay awake at the wee hours of the night. I think it's a possibility here. It's more of a possibility, I think, now after watching them play a little bit than it was entering the day. Entering the day, I was like, okay, FTWin's back again. Were they on break? Shadow was telling me that maybe they were performing well in scrims. Turns out they're actually the real deal right now. And you saw it there in the last one. I think this matchup interesting for them because I think it'll be a lot of similar play styles, similar compositions and thought processes towards the game. And in mirror matches, sometimes those can be even harder because you have to try to match win conditions to your opponent. And oftentimes that's going to be very challenging to do. So, hey, I think possibility FTWin is able to pull it out. Utopia probably still has a slight edge, but Utopia's also faltered today. Azure took them to a game 5 earlier, so I think it's certainly anyone's game. But the other thing that I did say earlier, at this point, it becomes who can fend off the sleep demons longest. And we'll see whether or not FTWin can do that and the rest of the North American talent that's playing tonight.
I could tell you if I've already lost that battle. Shadowwind, you are 1 for 2 on predictions today. You are off to an absolutely horrible start. We need to get some more dubs in you. What do you got for this one?
Listen, I'm a new talent, new to predictions. I might need some JP scrims. No, actually, I'm so happy to get proven wrong today. Like, we might be frauds on the Analyst Desk, but I'm so happy that we're frauds because seeing the West actually do well into Japan is something that's like so welcome to see. I'm sure everyone like loves to see that kind of gameplay from the West in general. But to the FTWin Utopia matchup, we did see them like kind of falter a little bit earlier, but FTWin's playing hot. So if they can keep that momentum going into the next set, while Utopia is kind of maybe tripping up a little bit, maybe we can see another upset.
Looking forward to the match you're going to be seeing after that is going to be Azure versus Swing. Potentially going to be a roller versus roller matchup. We did see Swing take FTWin to a game 5 and PXG to a game 5, surviving both of them. Azure's been taking a couple of games off of teams as well along the way. We're going to start with Shadow, then go to K-Bot. What do you think on this match?
Listen, they got him to a game, or they got to a game 5 earlier to Utopia, Yosho's team. If they're still playing at that level, I think there's a good chance. If we looked at earlier, only PXG and FTWin have taken sets off of Japan so far, but a lot of games have been taken, not resulting in set wins, but a lot of games, 15 games that the West has taken over Japan, and we're half them. So again, what K-Bot mentioned, like, can we fight off the sleep demons? Can we continue to perform well when sleep is around the corner? It's only getting like at better times in Japan. So it's certainly something to consider, but with how many games is being taken from the West, I don't feel like it's a stretch to say that the gap is closed a little bit more than it was last year, and might even close again in the next set.
But I think the interesting thing here in this one is not the rollers themselves who are playing, but rather the things that will happen around those rollers, right? And I think we've been keeping an eye on Swing quite a lot because of how many close matches they've had with some of the higher level North American teams. And they've been able to pull it out. And I think a large part of that is because of just how talented those players are, but not only how talented they are, but how flexible they are, right? Norigio can pull out a ton of different things. I don't know how much he's actually played Stamper right tonight, but it hasn't been all that much, right? Raymaru, similar thing, where pulling out the Splash-O-Matic is one thing, sure, and likely is probably going to do that here, especially with a roller player, but can pull out a variety of other things as well. I think the key for Azure, any time that Volti is playing on any roster ever, I always say it's a matter of trying to feed the resources and funnel the resources to Volti. It doesn't feel like Azure always has those resources to give Volti to make those windows of opportunity open up and happen. And that's one of the reasons why I anticipate they may struggle. Now, that said, I haven't watched a lot of them tonight in all of the bouncing around we're trying to do to catch as much as possible. But it'll be interesting for sure. I do think Swing is likely going to squeak it out again in a game 5 when push comes to shove.
We're going to close out with one more match in round 6 tonight. And good news for members of Azure and for half the members of PXG. By the time we get here, it'll basically be brunch time in France. There will be an hour that is actually acceptable to be playing video games, especially against some of the best players in all of the known universe. PXG is going to be taking on Emperor, and that is going to be your opportunity to see Lobster in action. I believe they have yet to drop a game so far, the Emperor squad. So this is going to be the best of the West, or versus Japan at this point. We saw PXG get the win game 5 against ZEST earlier, and that seemed to break the internet, at least for a little bit of time. Hey, somebody actually beat Japan here. What are we going to see out of PXG against the best team probably in this entire tournament? K-Bot first, going to Shadow Win as we close out the tournament in round 6 then.
Popka, these are the kings of their respective regions. I think that's no controversial statement. I think most of the English-speaking audience is going to be more than familiar with the likes of PXG continuously winning Sendo Q Major after Sendo Q Major after Sendo Q Major time and time again. And the members of, our Japanese listeners who might not understand everything will certainly hear the name Jay, Sushi, or Jordan and go, oh yeah, I know that one. Certainly, for sure. On the other side, it's hard to argue against Lobster, Angora, Nispa. These are household names in terms of Japanese Splatoon. Hey, maybe PXG will have it in them, but I think by round 6, the sleep tax is coming. I'm going to give it to Emperor.
The sleep tax, that tax collector's coming. But before that, we get to see Gray versus Lobster. And that is so exciting. Like, I'm sure for Gray especially, because the amount of time that he is invested into watching Lobster's VODs, into becoming the S-Blast champion that he is right now. He learned from Lobster. So can he take down the sensei on S-Blast? I'm excited to see it. I think there's a good chance for it as well. They're both champions in their respective right in their respective regions, but we'll see how it goes down.
And without much further delay, we are going to eventually toss this back to our casters, Fufu and Dark, who I believe are still getting set up. And we're going to be going right into FTWin versus Utopia, where we are going to continue to see the West dominate. Japan flip the script and win every single one to close this one out. And then we're going to be good to go. Thank you for sticking with us. There's still half the tournament left to go. Make sure you get your coffee. For some of you, you're probably just waking up. Good morning, Europe. Yes, we are playing a tournament right now, and we still got a lot left to go. Keep talking about it on social media. It's good to see all the buzz this event is getting so far, and we're going to see how far we can keep pushing this thing. For now, we're going to take a little bit of a break until we switch it back over to Fufu and Dark.
Told my boss that I'm done. Had no luck with my mom. Say, what will you do with your life? You know it's hard to survive. A cigar in my mouth. Maybe guilty but proud. Now I'm an outlaw on the run. Dangerous but it's so fun. Running, running, no. Hold on, don't let go. Running, running, no. Keep running on.
The back and forth, has got me so messed up. Don't ignore the signs. We've had enough of the whole damn thing that we got going. You hold the strings without me knowing. Why do I have to suffer through the thinking? Why do I have the feeling that we're sinking? I need to find a way.
Global Gauntlet
Punching their tickets to the Global Gauntlet Finals.
Qualified for the Global Gauntlet.
They are to the finals.
Hello, welcome back to Global Gauntlet. This is now officially the second half of the tournament. We may be going late into the night, but the action has not stopped. I am Vivid, joined by Dark.
Turned around, but I can't ignore the feelings that I found in this whole damn thing that we got going.
It seems Dark has spoken.
I forgot to
depths.
unmute myself. Okay, listen, it is 2 a.m. You gotta give me some credit here. Like, I gotta. It's not perfectly, but no, I'm still here for the energy, bro. I'm still. It's gonna be great. We're gonna be great. We are doing great, actually. You know, up 2 sets already. Like.
I say this is just such an upgrade in comparison to what we've had before, and honestly, I'm all for it. The excitement is just off the rails. Again, it's around 11 p.m. here, I'm getting to, and I feel like I'm gonna start just bustling with energy in 2 seconds.
Yeah, with good reason too. Like, we're kicking off our block here with FTWin and Utopia. You know, we already saw FTWin a few times already in this match here, but Utopia being the first time on this stream here. JP versus West, it's always been such an interesting thing to see, and interesting to actually watch how these matches have been unfolding so far. I mean, FTWin being the second team so far to get a win off of the JP teams, which is very good, especially with that one of that last minute clutches from Keo on the bucket. Yeah, no, I've been watching this entire thing so all day, but like seeing that, I was like, I can't even put it in words,
okay.
you know?
No, genuinely, Kyo, like, I sat there and I was like, oh my god, this dude just won them the game. Yeah. Like that Wahoo World game. The Wahoo World game, Dark. Oh, I'm so normal about this tournament because it's just such a step up from what we had. And like, I love seeing our fellow Western teams being able to make that stand. And I'm like, I feel, you know what I'm talking about. There aren't words to describe the excitement that I feel right now. I feel like I'm already like, I'm just like.
Yeah, no, I mean, once we get into it, you know, it's definitely going to start really kicking up here. But no, it's definitely, yeah, I was kind of worried going into this because I was like, oh, I'm going to have to try and figure out. Hello, back again, once again. No, I had to try and figure out exactly what I'm going to be doing to like get myself awake throughout the entirety, because I don't drink coffee, I don't drink any energy drinks like that, right? So I'm like, I'm just cooked. But no, the actual gameplay, the actual gameplay of itself has like been enough to keep me awake throughout the entirety of this run. So it's like, yeah, I got this for another like 2 hours. We're good. I'm good.
We got this. We're probably here more like 2 hours and a half. So unfortunately for us, we will be going to bed at 1:30 a.m. and I apologize to the people that must go to work. That being said, let's go ahead and talk about the teams that are in front of us. Again, FTWin versus Utopia. Starting off with Utopia here. Again, we are not short of seeing those backliners, those pens, those E-leaders. E-leader has been severely dominant throughout this tournament. I feel like there hasn't been a single set short of an E-leader this game.
Yeah, no, the E-leader has definitely been going on the up and up as of recently here. But Utopia, no, we have Art, Ruby Tan, Inatin, and Kishua. honestly, I'm still trying to get my feel for the JP scene, right? So please keep me in mind. But a few notable things here off the bat already is that last year, this team from our last SWS run placed tied at 5th, as well, being just very much area cup winners for the 50 worst, as well as just an all-around team, just a heck of a team. You know, you have XP averages like around, I want to say, like the 3500s. I can do just mental math really quick, really right there. But it's definitely going to be a team that you have to really focus or keep in mind with the Decapitator and the Slosher. I forgot the name for a second.
It happened to the best of us. I also want to make a note that Kashiwa right here is actually a sub. It was supposed to be Kami was supposed to be their first player, but something must have happened, so they're forced to switch out. So this is also very interesting to see that change of roster as well.
Yeah, no, it's definitely not the same Utopia we've seen so far, but it's definitely not going to be anything short of just of an amazing showing regardless.
Honestly, I'm honestly just excited to see them fight against, of course, one of the teams in the West as well. FTWin is always just such a pleasure to see on stream as well. But again, Utopia, of course, with the strong players, I don't think they need too much introduction. They did, they were the runner-up in the Gacha King tournament as well, which, if y'all don't know, is like the best of the best. This is like the best of the best.
Yeah, I mean, I'm antsy to see exactly how these two teams take off here. But I mean, we already seen FTWin already. No, there's nothing much to talk about on that side. We've seen twice already on the stream. You know, their roster's just been all around solid today and so far. We talked about it already. Kyo on the Slosher just clutching up that victory here. But another highlight from them as well is Biscuit putting in a lot of work on the Snipe Rider. Like, I mean, a lot of work on the Snipe Rider, and it's definitely something to actually, I think Utopia has to keep in mind moving forward.
No, yeah, for sure. Again, I love seeing aggressive pencils. I like how you mentioned Biscuit, because pen is more than just a sit back and look pretty, especially when you have that heavy in the pocket. This is a person that will go forward when they see fit. You see two people right in front of you. You know what? I can take them. That is a mentality. I can take them. I'll stay alive when I need to. But when it comes to throw hands, Biscuit is there to do it. And of course, the other team members don't need introduction. Kyo saved the game earlier. I think that was last set. Saved the game with a beautiful flank on that bucket. Again, one of the bucket kings. We love Kyo. And Sam on the blaster, the stamper, and Bursty, of course, on the dualies. All of these players are just filled with talent.
Yeah, no, I mean, clearly already, if they've taken out a game off of JP so far in the first qualifier, you know, we still have an entire season to see exactly how these teams, you know, really set their footing, how they really get in the motion against Japan once they actually start fighting them more consistently, more constantly, you know. And that's the exciting thing about it too, you know. As time goes on, you know, both of these teams on either the east or the west side, right, gets the opportunities to actually play against one another, to learn more on one another, and try and actually see how we adapt with one another. And it's just, I heard the announcement as SWS was coming back. I was like, yes, this is the chance for us on the West to actually prove ourselves, being like, hey, we have heat here too. We have a lot of improvements since the last time around, and like I'm ready to show that off of what's been done.
Man, I think things just have been shown off. With like, I feel so proud of our Western teams already. And again, with 3 more sets in front of us, I feel like the show is only going to get better. If I'm not mistaken, it should be higher seedings going forward into the next rounds that are being streamed, if I'm not mistaken. So things might just be a little bit closer as things go on. I also want to make a side note here. I want you to notice the X power between FTWin and Utopia, because FTWin has a notably lower X power compared to Utopia. It seems like there's a lot more focus on solo queue for Utopia compared to FTWin. And I just think it's very interesting, despite also being able to fight nearly on same grounds.
Yeah, no, I mean, XP power is always such a fascinating thing for me because it shows the kind of drive you have for the X rank to try really get use that sort of randomness to your advantage to try and climb as best you can. So it may also be the fact that FTWin, probably anyways, just plays a lot of more scrims and tournaments, and that's where they drive a lot of their more experience from. Not really focuses too much on X rank, but you know, I'm not one of those players. I just am a loud voice, so what do I know?
Listen, both are very valuable, and of course, there is a bigger pool in JP regions as well for players to go into X rank. But of course, X rank is finicky no matter where you go. But again, I think it's also really funny because FT was like, yeah, guys, we're retiring.
Yeah.
We're retiring. And then look at them. And then they come back. Like, what? Why are you going to do that to us? Like, you're like, no, we're just going to fake you out. I'm kidding. Like, you're fine.
But no, yeah, I think that was part of the worry here moving into this, seeing that FTWin was quote unquote retired, jumping into this. You know, it may or might not have been a good showing as to like how they were going to perform today, but that's besides the point here. We're finally getting our stages selected. First our stage is struck down, and FTWin chooses to strike down Museum del Fontino first, while still thinking about what that second strike's going to be. Umami Ruins actually just got locked in.
Listen, I think they're just tired of the leaders. If you're FTWin, you're sick of leaders. Get rid of them. You want nothing to do with them. In Utopia, maybe you just want something that is a little bit more leader focused, as a lot of the JP teams have been. I am sad to lose Umami Ruins because I think it is a very entertaining map to watch. Marlin Airport being banned, I honestly get that. Marlin Airport is a little bit jank, and it's entry to mid, and the fans can make it very awkward since it's practically your only path up. And Robo Ramen, I'm pretty surprised about.
Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of what I've been seeing on JP side. Oh my god, I love Flounder Heights. Anyways, I've been seeing a lot on JP side is that they're actually, I think, anyways, I may be wrong with this. They're targeting a lot of the more comfortable maps we are on the West comfortable with playing and comfortable with actually having a lot of time with. And that's been sort of the trend that I've been kind of seeing. I may be wrong on that, but on this first round, at the very least, the random selection has brought us to Flounder Heights.
Aren't you happy about that, Mr. Dumb Flounder at the function? Oh my goodness. Again, I have a lot of beef with this map because it is incredibly difficult to play on from the defensive side. It is uphill, probably the most vertical map in the game, and you can see it from this angle. Look at that defensive angle you have to take. You have to climb upwards just to even reach mid, and by that point you burn through all your resources and have no guarantee of actually overtaking the objective. There's a reason this map isn't played often, because of its very attacker heavy nature.
Yeah, no, it's definitely, I think the initial team fight you get whenever both teams meet in mid is such a crucial part about how you play this map, how you play anything revolving this stage, and trying to actually set up your tempo with this stage. You know, a lot can go wrong if you go down even one player within the first opening minute of this game. So it's very crucial to get your footing as early as you can, as quickly as you can, because like you mentioned, once you do start to lose some space, some areas after the first team fight, it's very hard to actually try and come back and retake any of that.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. You and I both have witnessed the horrors that is Flounder Heights. Again, loved by some, and by some I mean probably a Slosher player, because this is where that map is leaning towards. And now the curiosity is going to be where the weapon picks lie. Again, I'm expecting Sloshers, Nautilus and Tri-Slosher. I'm not surprised about the S-Class pick, and I'm not surprised about the Tri-Slosher pick. Those are incredibly powerful. Again, Slosher Blaster, both teams, and of course Cena Pen. Actually, no true anchor player, no backfly, no charger on the side of Utopia, interestingly enough.
Yeah, I mean, choosing to pull out a Nautilus here, I'm curious as exactly what that exact reasoning is, but out the gate, 2 players down, make that 3 for FTWin. Utopia not wasting any second, and yeah, now FTWin already has to face the challenging uphill battle here of kind of find a way in through this defense on this stage. It's so difficult to get anything going. And I mean, out the gate, Art is just on the deep end, just getting pick after pick after pick.
Yeah, just Utopia feels so comfortable in this map. I mean, look at the way they just propelled forward and Art on just the Menace Society, bringing that bubble straight into the base of FTWin, bringing the action towards one, and they're wasting so much of their time, and they're still at it, only barely getting taken out by the players of FTWin. Kyo bringing those strikes to the field, just trying to do anything to flip the tide, but it's not enough. They are still being surrounded by the players of Utopia. Kyo finally able to find a pick that may just be enough to turn the tide, one player down on each side, and again, FTWin continues to stagger. They cannot find an entry. This could be, that is going to be a clean knockout. Do not even play with me.
Yeah, no, Utopia, within the first moments of this game, just was able to just set up shop and, thanks to Art, pull so much attention away from being able to actually break the true lines of defense from Utopia that they were able just to cruise all the way out to 100-0 victory without any issues whatsoever.
What was I talking about? What was I saying? Remind me what I was saying. Actually, I'll remind everyone else myself that this map is incredibly attacker heavy. Once you're in defense, it takes everything to get out. And everything for FTWin wasn't enough. It just wasn't.
Yeah, no, it's definitely... I think that was just, at least on FTWin's side, that was just an unfortunate luck of the draw for how Flounder Heights got picked there, because I'm pretty sure no one on FTWin's side would want to have gone to that map, even if their weapons line up kind of suggests that they could be okay with it.
For sure. And again, it really just is a matter of who is getting to that cap, who's getting that zone first. And unfortunately for FTWin, it was Utopia. And again, the comms were laid out perfectly, but it just, this is rough. It's like you see it in front of you, you see the path you can take, but no, Utopia was just too strong on that front. And luckily for FTWin, they are going to be picking the next map. Utopia is picking the next two band stages, but FTWin gets to decide where they want to bring the battle next.
Yeah, no. 2 strikes going onto Utopia's side means that FTWin will have a chance to try and take a counter pick here to see exactly how and where they want to set some even footing here. And of course, Utopia choosing to stick out Eeltail Alley right out the gate without any hesitation on top of Chick Shape Cargo Company. So now we'll see exactly what FTWin is feeling like here after that quick first game.
Again, I'm surprised to see Eeltail Alley and Ship Shape go. Honestly, very anchor heavy maps. Like, I'm, again, really surprised. Eeltail Alley, I could see a little bit more because its zone is absolutely horrendous. Massive zone, it's very difficult to cap. And if you're on that defense, it's really difficult to get it back.
Yeah, no, I can see why people want to try and move away from Eeltail Alley, but it's, yeah, no, I don't know. I needed to, like, I want to be able to actually sit down and, like, look at everything and try and figure out what are some of the reasonings for these bans here. I mean, especially considering on the side of Utopia, it's with that pencil, the Snipe Rider, it can very well be a leverage on their side, but I guess they also want to take that out away from FTWin's side. But no, still waiting on what FTWin wants to strike down or wants to pick here after these sets of strikes to see exactly where will we be going next.
Yeah, for sure. Again, I really want to pick into Utopia's brains. I want to be like, give me the reason. Like, ooh, you want to give me the reasoning so bad. But no, I think it's just also a matter of waiting. Maybe they have something up their sleeve. Who knows? Again, my curiosity mainly leans as to what FTWin's pick is going to be next. Of course, I think it might be a little bit more of a neutral map. I can assume that's the feels where a lot of Western players are a lot more comfortable with. Those neutral maps. With Ship Shape is one of those. Robo Ramen is one of those I would have to say as well. But interestingly enough, I feel like Umami also lies on that a little bit, despite being more attacker favored as well. So I feel like there's a lot of curiosity. Again, we have those sloshers. We still have a blaster. I'm like, we're going back to Wahoo World.
Yeah,
we're going for Wahoo World too. Oh no.
I want you to know, I looked at like all the maps that I wrote that got picked here, and I realized that FTWin only picked one time so far, at least on the streams the stream games, and I saw that what they picked was all Wahoo World. I was like, maybe they bring it to a weird map, like a weird stage like Wahoo World. And then I was thinking, like, what if they just brought it back to Wahoo World? And I guess we're just going back.
It all goes back to Wahoo World. Again, this is where they had their legendary fight earlier in the tournament. So I guess it makes sense they want to go somewhere that they know they can turn it around if things get nasty. That being said, again, the one thing you probably don't want to see is an E-leader on this map, especially when Bursty is on the heavy. Bursty has a lot of paint to bring into the field. That heavy Splatling could do a lot of turf damage, and especially with the zone is that small. But I feel like there is just a little bit of pressure, more than FTWin may want, when you have an E-leader that can reach across that mid very efficiently.
Yeah, I mean, the E-leader is going to be something to have to keep in mind, but the double backline from FTWin does provide a lot of just anchor coverage for them to be able to actually take a lot of these fights without any too many issues. And right out the gate, we see trades left to right happening on the right side. Keo goes and tries to find an angle to pull some tension or try and provoke some fights, but no, Utopia does come out on top here as Art, or diving in the deep end, going behind everyone and just swimming out without any issues.
Who keeps letting Art in the background like this? Like, we cannot keep letting Art get away with that. Again, a decavitator is already so deadly. That is a pizza box hitbox if I've ever seen one. And Utopia still remains incredibly dominant. I feel like Art was just a major play in getting to this position in the first place. They distracted pretty much all the members of FTWin, and now that they are in this very advantageous position, they have the mini unlock. Art just went down themselves, so they do lose a little bit of frontline potential, but they still have the resources to keep this zone in their favor, although it seems the resources are starting to diminish.
Yeah, even with resources starting to diminish here, Utopia still has a solid hold on the zone. And just like that, yet another 100-0 in favor of Utopia. As FTWin, even though we saw extraordinary footing from them on the last set, it just seems like just a different story this time around.
It's just incredible how dominant Utopia is. Like, they, no matter what map has been thrown at them, they're just like, yeah, we got this. We'll take it at face value. And once again, I gotta point fingers at Art, because Art it's been 2 games in a row where they held so much pressure in the back lines of FTWin, not really allowing them to steady themselves at all. And Utopia took complete advantage of that. And Wahoo and Flounder are both attacker heavy maps. It's incredibly difficult for FTWin to get back.
Yeah, no, I think the issue is that Art, how they play with the decav is such a very big threat once you do turn your attention away from them. So people have to turn and try and face Art to try and keep them in check. But you do that, you lose a lot out of your frontline pushing power to try and contest the zone, trying to actually break the defenses that the remainder of Utopia set up. And so because you have 2 or even 3 players sometimes in this scenario looking at Art, you have no one else looking at the objective. And because Art being Art, knowing, bobbing and weaving, knowing when to actually engage, when to disengage, and when to kite, it's very much they're just playing into Art's hands at that point.
Yeah, it's literally just like, yep, that's Art in the back lines, guys. Yeah, it just scrambles your head up a little bit, and when everything is just happening so fast at this level, it can feel a little bit hard to get your bearings. And again, curiosity goes to, how is FTWin going to counter it? How are they going to counter the decapitator in their backlines and everyone else who is also mechanically strong and knows how to, juggle between their opponents and the objective? That being said, Utopia is now banning stages again, getting rid of Crablet Capital and Lemuria. No more Lemuria. I'm not going to complain about that. And I'm sad to see Crablet Capital go a little bit. But again, I am surprised to see Utopia ban a lot of the stages that are very favorable to their comp as well. Very open map of Crableg as well. I think about the Charger. I think about the leader. And a lot of teams' comps, when they have a leader on board, their team is usually revolving around that player. So I think it's just very interesting. But of course, that doesn't mean that maps that are good for them are not available. Okay, sure, whatever. We're going back to Urchin Underpass.
Urchin Underpass being the pick that FTWin wants to take Utopia here. I see why. I mean, there's a very glaring reason why they want to come here. It's a very anti-backline in general map, but it's also very anti-E-leader. So it's very much take the E-leader out of the question, try and figure out a plan to how to take out the rest of Utopia. But I honestly think the bigger question is, how do you fight around Art? Because it looks like these past 2 games, Art's been just such a way bigger pain in the side of FTWin than the Eater has been.
Yeah, and I feel like it becomes really difficult because, again, there's a massive hitbox on that decapitator. And when you have such limited space around the center for... I have so much beef with Urchin Underpass because they take so long to get center, and then it's such a small center. That zone, you sneeze on it, and it will flip. You sneeze on it, and that's all it takes. But again, Joe's chargers are out of the way. Of course, seeing these short-range weapons, I am not surprised to see Nate hop onto those dapples, and same with Bursty. Interestingly enough, the heavy is still coming out for Biscuit. The heavy splatling is out for Biscuit. Out of what?
Yeah, no, I did not think I'd see Biscuit on a heavy splatling, but I guess, hey, that's what we're running with tonight. When, you're down 2-0 against Utopia, you need to pull everything you can to try and at least take a game here. And it's not that bad right now here on this opening. Utopia is down 1 player, but they go down for a 1-for-1 trade here. There is specials online to try and at least take control of the zone, try and keep some semblance of space, but it's just, again, Art on the front line, going in, getting a pick down before Biscuit's able to actually hold the ground and create some space for them.
Yeah, and Biscuit barely getting away with their life here on the zone, but it's going to be a lead swap for FTWin, although very fragile. Art is scaring me here. Caught in a little bit of a tussle here with Sam. Sam able to get out of that alive, and finally, FTWin sees some blue inside of Utopia's base. Kill up here in the front line as well. Rubytime is not seeing the light of day. Sent back to the respawn point, but not before they send Kill with them. But again, FTWin is finally in a position of advantage out of the entire set. For the first time, they are seeing some sort of light.
Yeah, it's a very good showing here as they actually try and make actually their first big dent into Utopia for the first time this entire set here. But Utopia is not wanting to try and let this go lightly here. A good cancel and dodge there from Inate as they're now going in here to see what else they can find, however much more chaos they can create here. From finally going down to the other dueling on the team, that being Bursty here. Now Rubicon throwing the Booyah Bomb on the zone to get that pick there and trying to contest it at least a little bit here. And now it's just FTWin scrambling to retake the zone.
Yeah, and they are able to keep that zone in their favor, not before they get to penalty points, and Utopia is able to bring it back from themselves. The tides have started to turn once more. Art here in the front lines getting taken out by Sam, some very quick punishing, but FTWin is now 2 down, 3 down. Essentially, they are in a severe disadvantage. No more penalty points for the players of Utopia, and they are making waves in the base of FTWin. Now, we are waiting for some specials to come online. I do see those strikes from Kyo as maybe an opportunity to get out. Bursty's cooler here is also going to be incredibly helpful, but 2 players down on Utopia. The chance is arising for FTWin.
Yeah, this is a good chance. Barely able to, unfortunately, not get the zone in time by 1 point here, but the push did lead them to getting the zone and at least getting Utopia out of the count for at least a little bit here. Now Art's on the right-hand side trying to pull some distractions here. Unfortunately, is shot down by Biscuit here, who's going to hold the front line as best they can, providing suppressing power as the remainder of FTWin cleans up. Sam gets 2, looking to try to keep this momentum going. Flow Aura is active right now, but they are got to turn their attention to the left-hand flanks by both Art and Rubytime, trying to pull some more attention yet again.
Oh my goodness, this may just be what FTWin needs. They are so close. They can taste the victory coming up, but Utopia isn't done fighting. Art's thinking down. That's 2 players down on Utopia, and 1 player's not enough. It's not enough. FTWin and just Biscuit as the sole player in center is able to help bring it home. FTWin sees a win in this set. They are not done.
They're not done just yet. Being able to cruise that victory, convert a lot of these picks into just the pushes they need to hold on to the zone for as long as they did and for as long as they have. It's exactly what they needed to do here in this 3rd game. But now here comes the troubling part. They're going to be the ones who has to strike these next 2 stages, and it's going to be Utopia's pick to try and see where they're going to be going next, which it's gonna be a tough next battle. I'm gonna speak completely honest.
Again, my curiosity is always as to what comes next. But I do want to talk a little bit about what FTWin did different during this match. And what they did was they actually made sure that Art wasn't as much of a threat this time around. They located them. They took them out whenever they made their way into center. They did an incredibly great job at countering. Granted, it took 2 full games before we got there, very short games. So realistically, they didn't have as much time as we thought. But I think once they were able to see that pattern, they were able to fare a lot better. And of course, still a very tight set, but I think that one key change was enough to help them see a victory in the set.
Yeah, no, it's games like this that does a lot to help momentum and help with mental to get things back into track. It's very well maybe a slim shade of possibility, but we can very well see a reverse sweep here from FTWin. You know, I'm gonna be honest. It can happen. You know, I'm not gonna count it out, but it is hopium. I'm 100% West shooter, man. Like, hello.
I know. Hey, we got a rep. Again, Brian Water Springs is out of the count. I'm not surprised. Bluefin Depot is out of the count. I am a very big fan of getting rid of these leader centric, but I do want to mention Miss Meat Metalworks is for the win. It's ready to be like picked up. It's staring at me. Honestly, I have zero idea of what Utopia is gonna pick. It feels like they go beyond my expectations. I think I'm thinking of the West when I think of map picks, and honestly, they don't care. They're just like, we're gonna pick whatever we want. So I feel like this is just a cute little surprise every time we're waiting for a map to be picked from the JP side. A little egg.
Yeah. But no, it's definitely with what's left. It's very, the best way to describe it is just it's a very interesting array of stages left. I mean, I'm looking at it here. You have your staples from our side in ways like Barnacle, Mako Marts, but there's still some awkward ones like Manta Maria or Hammerhead Bridge or like you mentioned earlier, or Mincemeat. It's very much what gets picked here. What does Utopia want to try and secure their next set here?
It's so dark. I'm antsy. I don't know. I need the answers. I feel like I need a fortune teller to tell me what's happening. The Utopia. Ooh, no, we're going to Macomart. We're going to Macomart. We're going shopping. We're going shopping. Again, I am a big fan of this map. It's actually beneficial to both teams. Again, seeing those sloshers and seeing those blasters. I would not be surprised if the S-Blast makes its way from both teams, because it is ridiculous on this map how much you can cover with the Booyah Bomb, especially that zone, and especially those streets towards your right. And there's only 2 real entrances in Macomar. You have the right and you have the left. Talker for Splatoon 3, I know.
Oh yeah, no, it can be a bit awkward here, but no, I think I like this map. As you mentioned earlier, I like this stage for both sides. You know, I find that both sides can actually use a lot of this map's layout, a lot of this map's design to their advantage here. And I think one of my bigger questions here moving forward is, do we think FTWin is going to try and bring out that double backline again with the Splatling and the Snipe Rider, or do you think we're just going to axe the second backline with the Splatling and go with something else?
I doubt that we're going to see double anchor here on this map. Oh, no double anchor on this map. It makes sense. One is more than enough here. You need that frontline power, especially someone to take care of a lot of those ledges. That being said, Rubython with that E-leader in hand, and not that with the mini. Again, I'm a big fan of Art, the first one out on the field, but oh my goodness, Utopia still causes damage to FTWin. 2 down, no slosher, no blaster. It is just your Splash-O-Matic and your pen. Again, can hold down a little bit of pain, bring those beacons, and bring the rest of the team in. But again, Utopia with a very strong opening.
Yeah, strong opening, and they're holding it strong even still. Then we see Art just once again doing Art things and being a nuisance across the entirety of the map. They go into these skirmishes, they pull attention, and they get wastes of time for FTWin here. But FTWin finally gets a break in some of that hold, being able to flip the zone in their advantage, or at least deal with those penalty points to Utopia here as they're trying to re-engage, trying to re-contest, and try and get things back under their control here. And things are looking good for them. 2 goals down for Utopia, and now FTWin has the opportunity here to be the ones to hold Utopia now.
Yeah, and I have a little bit of a concern here. Bursty is really their only main painter on the side of FTWin. Speaking of FTWin, they just went 2 down. Kyo is still holding the fort. But again, I am nervous. Without Bursty, they lose a lot of their paint, and I think they need Bursty in order to compete with the mini on Utopia. I feel like without that, there's no way to really get the zone, especially in a situation like this, where there is massive control from Utopia. So I think if they can get rid of Inate, they may be able to stay a little bit more light at the end of the tunnel. I think Inate and Art are probably the 2 big targets that they want to aim for.
Yeah, no, it's definitely the players on Utopia side that you want to try and keep in mind there. And that's 1, that's 2, both are down. This is FTWin's chance now to be able to actually prove that theory to the test and be the ones to be on the driver's seat once again here. Now, a very scary place to see Kyo here under the ledge to try and see who's going to be the one unfortunate enough to try and engage here. Doesn't look like anyone's biting, as now Best gets down. We see 2 additional players go down in a matter of seconds, and just like that, flipping the script, Utopia comes in and cleans up mid very well, and already has a lot of paint all around mid out the gates.
Yeah, and I feel like FTWin has been staggered for the last minute of the game, not really finding any stable footing, especially with Utopia in such a dominant position for their team. But I think that's going to be a crucial pick there from Biscuit. No leader on the field is massive. So much pressure is relieved off of the shoulders of FTWin. And with Utopia now half players down, they are out of penalty points. But again, FTWin sees an opportunity to cap the zone for themselves very, very surely. Slowly but surely, they are able to get the zone capped in purple.
Yeah, a good flip to keep themselves alive for this set just for a little bit longer here. Not a lot of penalty points to go through, so they can try and close the gap even further here to see if they can actually be the ones to start threatening Utopia with some of these holes, some of these pushes here. Now, good skirmish on the left-hand side to keep Art in check. Sam's forced to use the splashdown, does not find anyone, but Art's still taking out. That's a good sign to keep this frontline pressure away out of Utopia's hand, but still not enough. 2 going down for FTWin. We do see those points are slowly closing in on the gas. Utopia trying to throw everything to take control of the zone, and they do in the nick of time, dealing penalty points to FTWin to try and slow down some of their charade here.
Yeah, and in this excitement, Kyo unfortunately did lose one of their strikes while they were at it, but FTWin finally sees a good position again. 1 player down already. Sam does see themselves at the respawn point, and with Art in the backyard, Biscuit! No one's getting Biscuit right now. Biscuit has been doing an excellent job at holding the fort. Just 1 player left for Utopia. Just that leader is enough to get the rest of the players in. But Rubicon in danger, being sent back themselves. There's a lack of external pressure for the players of FTWin. If they can keep this momentum up, they are 2 players in Utopia. They have the lead now on FTWin. All they have to do is hold it, and they can continue to hold this. They're going to see a game 5. Just 8 ticks left over.
That's it! No, it's just like that! The Thrush, he comes out to try and at least attempt to capture the zone, but it was not enough. Utopia's crumbling down as the set goes on, as FTWin found their footing, and now in a Game 5 scenario, we're going to be seeing exactly how things will be ending, as FTWin could potentially reverse sweep this.
Oh my goodness, this is an iconic FTWin moment. It's not FTWin if we're not seeing a game 5 with these guys. It is always down to the game 5s. I think once FTWin found their footing and were able to finally stabilize, because for half the game, they were almost always 2 down. And I swear I have a couple gray hairs just from that alone. But that being said, they were able to get the game win, game 5 against Utopia. This is huge, by the way. This is Utopia.
Yeah. No, I mean, we said Utopia's presence already. You know, they're not a team to be laughing at. I mean, none of JP's teams are a team to be laughing at, but especially not Utopia. You know, so it's very much seeing how FTWin was in the first half of the set. It was like kind of scary. We're like, this is not a good look for them. But game 3, they locked it in. They were able to fight it back, and now this game 4, once they got their footing, they were really able to sail it all the way home here. So game 5 now for this set, it's definitely all bets are off. This is where you put everything on the table, because FTWin could be the first team to actually take 2 sets against JP. And, you know, we got to get all the wins we can get right here. I'm going to keep it a buck. So
I'm like genuinely not okay. I feel like I'm like vibrating at supersonic speed, because I'm like, I
Yeah.
love me a classic game 5, and even better, a potential reverse sweep. Now, Utopia now having almost like their secrets exposed. Like FTWin has done a great job at adapting these last 2 games, but can they keep that up? And again, Utopia also is going to be doing some adapting themselves, so they have the opportunity to intercept FTWin as well in their antics. So it really is a fight of adaptation. No Barnacle and Diamond, no Undertow Spillway. Now just waiting for Utopia's pick. I swear to God, Mincemeat is staring right at me all over again. I can also see Ship Shape. Unironically, we saw Ship Shape earlier, so I feel like for some reason that's on the table somewhere. Where are you placing your bets? Or Mahi?
I don't think they take it to Mahi. I'm gonna be honest. Maybe Inkbot. Probably. Maybe Inkbot. I actually look. Well, here's the thing, right? That's all of my time watching the West, right? We at this scenario, West, if Inkbot Art Academy is still up, it's gonna get picked. But the thing is that it's only zones, so it's like hard to have that in consideration here. Because then I'm looking at Hagglefish, but I don't think Utopia wants to go to Hagglefish. No, we are going to Hammerhead Bridge.
Oh, this is. I haven't seen this. I don't think we've seen this all tournament on stream.
No, we haven't.
So this is the first time here on this cast that we're seeing Hammerhead Bridge. Now, to those that haven't witnessed the horrors of Hammerhead Bridge, look at this. Look how straight that is. That is just a hallway of a map. There are hardly any flanks. There are 1 entrance to spawn. That's all you got. So it is it's basically 1 giant choke point. Of course, those pits here that you can see on the opening are helpful ever since that update dropped. But again, I think it is another matter of fact of whoever gets that first hold will come out victorious. And with the readies and the goes, let's see how this goes.
Yeah, no, I mean, game 5 for this set. FTWin has been winning these last 2 games to potentially take this set and a reverse sweep depending on how they do here in this second game, this 5th game here. But now out the gate already, Utopia gets a solid opening, getting 2 FTWin's players out the gate and being able to get the first points on board here. That's going to be practically a delayed wipeout with KO, the last player standing, from FTWin being forced to back up by Inate.
Yeah, no, just some crazy moves happening already. Utopia has just had that classic, very strong opening. It's been every single game that we've seen so far that they've had just a very aggressive opening going straight for the throat of FTWin. Now FTWin themselves is gathering their resources, but Art wants to get in the front line. That's 3 down. It's just Biscuit left on FTWin. I don't think Biscuit is taking Art out just yet.
Yeah, no, Art's just being the absolute monster they are on the Decapitator, and because of that, they're able to allow Utopia just to walk up and take so much space. Look at how much blue there is on the screen here as FTWin just trying everything they can to recover here, finally taking Art out, finally taking another player out. It's now going to be a slight contest here for the zone, but still not enough. Too much pressure, too much presence from Utopia means that FTWin can't exactly engage here.
And that is a horrendous bubble for FTWin right now, as they do have to still fight their way into mid. 15 ticks left, and this could spell the end of this game. But those strikes neutralizing the zone, not enough to cap it, just barely not enough to cap it. No Art on the field, no KO on the field. 3 down on FTWin. There's no way out of this unless Sam can do a miracle. But then the miracle does not exist for FTWin. The reverse sweep slips through their hands, and Utopia wins game 5.
At the very end there, they knew exactly the win condition FTWin wanted to try to deny out of Utopia. So both Inathan and Rubython wanted to back up and just not play into the hands of Sam with a blaster there. And that was just a tried and true recognizing the situation there and just acting properly to make sure they don't let that game slip. Because FTWin, I couldn't believe it that they could have actually... If Sam got those 2 picks at the end there, it would. Oh.
It wouldn't have been enough though. It was just 3 ticks by that point, and with the rest of their team trying to jump in, it was 3 ticks left on the clock. There was no way out of that position, unfortunately. And again, I think Utopia must have known that. Just like Flounder, Hammerhead Bridge is definitely all you need to do is attack once, because you can go way up to the enemy spawn, and that bubble. I want you to notice how much that bubble locked FTWin out. They're one of 2 alleyways, and probably their safest alleyway to get through was blocked. It was you can't get that. And when you have a decapitator and a mini that paints right under your feet, those two were the biggest contenders against FTWin, and they just couldn't see it through. They died more than they wanted to, probably, and at that point, yeah, unfortunate.
Yeah, it is an unfortunate thing to be a Western fan to see how that set came out, but it's still not over yet, because we are moving on quickly to our next round here. We will be seeing Azure versus Swing, and I don't think we've seen either of these teams yet here. So Azure here right out the gate. I'm definitely excited. I'm running off so much energy right now. So.
Oh my goodness. I also want to note this is a 5-player roster. Right now, Hexen is not playing. Thunder is currently playing in their stead. It's something to know about Azure right now. I feel like a lot of people know these players. Zenith, of course, did a phenomenal job at Riptide. I remember seeing that set. That set was iconic. Bolty, known to be a menace on the carbon. Yoshell needs also no introduction. That leader pencil gameplay goes crazy. And Thunder, it's Thunder.
Yeah, no, I mean, and over on the eastern side for Swing, yeah, no, it's definitely a bit of a team we have here. We not only do we have the amazing Snipe Rider player Momo, but we have Norisho and the one and only Rimuru from last SWS winner, winning team. It's definitely going to be one very difficult battle for Azure, and of course not to lead them out here, Streamer Senna being the one to cap out this team. It's definitely a very interesting team here. You know, you have Momo, Rimuru, and Norishiro on their side as a main trifecta core, but Senna is definitely not one to take lightly at any capacity.
And Senna, 11 years old, is still crazy to me. They're young. So that is also impressive on themselves. And they have a Splat Roller. I love seeing a Splat Roller. I think they're the only Splat Roller that we've seen all day as well. I also want to point to Momo. I love Momo. This was a person that I was studying when I was playing. Like that was my pencil study. That's my pen inspo right there. So I'm again always excited to see these players hit the field. And that being said, we are going to be starting off on Eeltail Alley. It seems that the randomizer still favors Eeltail Alley always favors those anchors, doesn't it?
Yeah, no, it's definitely back at it again. You know, Eeltail Alley is definitely a map to, as a backline player, you gotta love what it gives to you. All these sight lines, all these just like free range pretty much, especially on the top bridge, just being able to look over the zone and look even deep into the enemy bridge. It can be such a menace there. Even if it's anything from a Snipe Rider to an E-Leader to even a Splatling, it's definitely something to be very cognizant of heading into this first game.
Yeah, again, I'm always thinking about them. They appear in my dreams and my nightmares. Call it a 2-for-1 special. I love this game.
Yeah.
And I hate this game at the same time. That being said, again, I think it favors both teams to have the anchors. I think there would be a lot of eating, but I think it also goes back to the pattern of whoever attacks first is going to get the most amount of points, because that is just what Eeltail Alley does to you. It is a disgustingly large zone. It is difficult to retake. It's attacker heavy. It is just attacker favored.
Yeah, no, and it's interesting to point out too, because it's something that JP tends to favor in a lot of their pushes, and a lot of their success is using these attacker favored maps and really just taking it to the extreme limits, to the point where a lot of times the West sometimes struggle to actually retake and be able to fight back in these attacker favored stages here. So as we are still, well, actually, as we're heading in to this first game in this set here. Azure versus Swing. We'll be seeing exactly how this is going to be breaking down, and this is going to be roller on roller action. A Carbon Roller on the side of Azure going up against Senna's own Splat Roller.
Yeah, very similar team compositions when you look at it. You have your anchors, you have your painters, you have your rollers, and then you have your fill. Whatever more aggressive weapon that you want to pick right here. And already Azure is swinging hard. That is 2 down on the players of Swing, and make that a 3rd. Again, Azure with a very powerful opening, playing the JP game, turning those sides already. This is what you want to see from our Western teams. We want to see the Swing almost kind of taste their own medicine here.
Yeah, a good opening here, but the question is how well can they hold this here? As Azure backed up maybe a little bit too much, they're allowing Swing to come in, clean up what they can, and in a matter of seconds, just wipe out Azure here. And now we're going to be seeing exactly what this hold from Swing is going to be, as Azure on the incoming here don't really have too many tools at the ready to try and break through.
Yeah, because right here, the difference between Swing's push right now and Azure is that Azure was only able to get barely past mid. Now Swing, they are in full swing. Unfortunately, that crab getting taken out right here, but it looks like Azure is able to recover from this just a little bit. 1 player down on each side, but again, each player down for Azure hurts Azure more than it does Swing right now. So trades are still positive for the players of Swing, but right now Thunder just trying to find some sort of value with this crab. Unfortunately, losing half of its duration and going down themselves. Swing still able to keep control of most of the zone. Again, no penalty point, 25 ticks left. This could be the very end for Azure.
It probably might be 2 players down from Azure, as Swing still has a very solid hold on mid, on the zone, having the pencil, just being able to watch so much area. It's gonna be a hard thing to try engage there. And yeah, just like that, Swing was able to just lock it down and cruise onto victory here on this first game without too many issues here. They had a rough opening, but Azure not holding as much space as they probably could have there led to Swing coming in and just being able to clean it up as soon as they were able to meet them in mid.
Yeah, and I'm almost a little bit sad about this match because I feel like Azure had it in them to get a really good push going, but unfortunately Swing just threw their punches a little bit harder and were able to get that first big push. And I think from that point on, it was just really difficult for Azure to get back in it. And, you know, I'm thinking more about what you said earlier about how the JP teams are picking a lot of maps that are favored for attackers. And now I can't get it out of my mind because you're just so right. Like, I feel like the last 2 sets that we witnessed, or a lot of the sets that we've witnessed, the JP teams always had an incredibly strong opening, a very aggressive opening compared to the Western team. So I think it's very interesting now that you look at it in the grand scheme of things.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's very much... Well, to be fair as well, you know, this first stage was selected randomly from what after the strikes were done, but it is just a bit of a thread of like how a lot of these attacker favored stages going in the favor of the JP teams, because it's just that's just how they're able to leverage it, because they have the faster just area control, they have the faster coordination, the more fluid coordination, I want to say specifically, to be able to take advantage of those things here. But no, heading to our next set of strikes coming out from Swing, knocking out Bluefin Depot and Humpback Pump Track. We're going to see exactly what Azure wants to land on as their first pick here on this set.
Yeah, again, Azure, it's either going to go one of 2 ways. We're going to pick a really funky map, or we're going to pick a really even map. Now, if I'm Azure, anything goes. Anything goes with the maps that they want. But as we are starting right up, we're going to Splatoon's Macomart. It seems that they did choose that neutral route. This is a very good map for both of these teams, giving them the opportunities that they need to succeed.
Yeah, no, I like this pick from Azure. It really lends credit to a lot of their own team composition, specifically with Volti and on the Carbon Roller, to be able to actually apply a lot of that pressure using those ledges to their advantage here, especially with the E-Leader being able to back it up once they get set up here in mid with a beautiful wipeout as well. Volti just out the gate running, not wanting to play around this second game.
Yeah, no, Azure swinging right out of the respawn point. This is exactly what you want to see. And it seems like they picked up on the patterns that we were talking about as well. Again, very prime positions for the players of Azure. Unfortunately, they are losing Volty here as Swing is starting to make their way into center. But Swing, unfortunately, losing players of their own. No Stamper, so one of their main aggressors, their first contact is out of the field. And when you lose your Splat Roller set is no longer in the field either. It gets incredibly difficult. Less than 46 left on the board. Azure just needs to hold this momentum and they could see a knockout.
Yeah, I mean, Thunder, they're on the deep end on the right-hand side, pulled so much attention, buying them so much more time for Azure to run away with all those additional points here. And even though they do lose the fight here in mid and lose out their hold, they were able to use that time to just cash into some big payout, taking the 18 points remaining. But now, Volty just once again coming and swinging hard, not wanting to let it go. They throw blood in the water and just going half wild here, getting pick after pick after pick.
I feel like a kid on Christmas, Dark. I am giggling and kicking my feet all the way throughout this. Again, unfortunately, some heavy penalty points to get through here for Azure, but they are in prime position to keep this going, and they have no intentions of stopping. I love seeing the specials being thrown out. They are also being preserved and chained, and Swing has not been able to stabilize at all and getting wiped out. This could very well be the end of the game. We have less than 25 ticks left before the whistle blows, and Thunder in prime position as well. These last 15 seconds, these last 10 ticks, this is all they need, but can they get it done?
I don't think they can. Well, they might be able to, thanks to Yosho on the E-leader to be able to at least hold it down. They do lose out of the zone, unfortunately, but the presence is still here, giving it the jump-ins for Thunder here to be able to come in and start fighting against the one-on-one players off Swing here. And they do lose a lot of their presence here. Santa getting a nice pick there before, unfortunately, going down. 2 players down from Swing means that Azure has opportunity here to actually once again go on the offensive.
Yeah, and this position is dangerous enough here for Azure because they do have to cap the zone and apply some penalty points onto Swing, because as it stands right now, Swing could very well get a massive hold and spell the end of the game themselves as well. But it seems that Azure understood the assignment, was able to get 3 down on Swing. All they had to do was cap the zone, and Yosho, with a little bit of patience, is able to hit the mark on Rebatu.
Yeah, a good pick from Yosho. Getting another one on top of that as well. Can they get 3 off of Momo? No, but that was a close call here, allowing Volty to use that opportunity to go in on the deep end once again and try and apply some more pressure here before being forced to back out here. Now Thunder on the crab tank here to try and at least back up Volty there, but unfortunately it does not lend much of anything except for time wasted for Swing here as penalty points are almost gone here. Yosho does go down as Rimuru tries to clean it up here, and they do successfully take the zone, but not without losing some of their own here. But it's just Thunder left standing off of Azure here, trying to pull some players away from Swing to allow the remainder of their team to come in on the incoming here to be able to contest mid.
Yeah, unfortunately, Thunder that was fighting to the very bitter end, and with the rest of their teammates still in the spawn point, it seems that the Swing isn't just prime position. Again, no penalty points on the board. They could very well just ride their way to victory. I'm sweating harder than a sinner in church right now. It's not even funny. Right now, Swing is just in the full swing of things. Look at where Himado is. Look at where Himado is. They were way up there, and these last ticking seconds, Dark, it could very well be Swing's game, but Azure just running in Thunder with the crowd. They lose a lead. The lead is now in Swing's favor. They just have to keep fighting for the zone. That's one player that can say 2 on Swing, but it's not enough. Swing still wins the game.
What looked like such a good game for Azure here just ended up crumbling apart at the end. I don't know when it flipped or how it flipped, but Swing was able just to come in and disrupt Azure so much that they gave them no time whatsoever to be able to actually get another solid push on their side. And at the end, they were just forced to scramble to get whatever they can. But unfortunately, the presence wasn't there for Azure.
It just wasn't. It's just at some point they were just locked out. Like, Azure had such good plays. They did an incredibly good job at holding, especially towards the beginning of the match. But it feels like Swing was just able to cause enough damage, throw a couple pebbles here and there, and by the end, they just had the better hold. And it's so unfortunate for Azure just because of how well they were doing. And now Swing, looking at match point right now, they are probably ready to close this out very soon. And Azure has to find a way to mentally reset from this point onward and see if they can reverse sweep this.
Yeah, it's definitely this next pick is pivotal for Azure here to try and at least stabilize some things here. On the side of Swing, they do strike out Flounder Heights, as we're seeing exactly what the next stage is going to be striking out. Brindwater Springs, it looks like here. So they do not want to tempt fate with the E-Leader here on Brindwater Springs, even though I think Swing probably would have been fine if they take it to if they were taking 2 Brindwater Swings, but that's besides the point here. Now it's in Azure's court to try and pick his next stage here, potentially the last stage here for them, just to see if they want to try and extend this set at least for one more game.
Now, they did go pretty neutral on Macomart, and honestly, I could see a Haggle game, I could see an Umami game, because that still favors them very heavily, or you know, these players would do also really well on Mahi. But the question is, do they want to bring this out on a neutral map? Like, again, if they've come to the same conclusions we have, a neutral map wouldn't do them bad. Now, the worst thing they can do is probably bring this to Robo-Ramen, in my personal opinion, or Hammerhead. Like, those are the maps you don't want to be on. And there we go. We're going to Umami Ruins.
Yeah. Umami Ruins being the pick for Azure here to try and stay alive for this set for one more game here. It's very... I see the vision here, you know. You want to try and enable Volti as much as you can. You see in the last game already that being somewhere that allows Volti to use those ledges, use the terrain, the map geometry to their advantage to get all these constant picks can absolutely just ruin whatever Swing wants to do. So I like this pick. I like what they're going for here, but the bigger question is, can they actually commit to that with what Swing has been doing so far?
Yeah, that's a big question. And it's also really difficult because what's good for Azure here is also really good for Swing. They have very similar comps from the ground up, like when you think about it. Again, I think it all goes back to who's getting the first push. That is all it's boiling down to. At least on a map like this, I think Macomart was a little bit more even. It may have been an exception to the rule that we've been seeing so far, but alas, the Ruins call, and they are saying that there are no comp changes. There are no comp changes. So it is a battle to the bitter end.
Yeah, both sides confident with what they've been bringing to the table though so far. Means this will be a very interesting thing to see how Azure wants to reiterate some of their strategies, some of their knowledge, some of their learnings from this past few games here to try and push Swing to the brink. And they do lose control early on here, allowing to see exactly how Swing oversteps to allow Volti to come in and clean up. They get one before going down, and now 86 points remaining on Swing's side. It's not going to be too big of a deal for Azure here. They're fine with losing some points here as long as they can win the war out here in mid.
Yeah, and it's very difficult here to make this return. Mid is a little bit feisty, I would have to say, but Thunder is going to take that leap of faith, make their way into center, try to get a pick, not quite find one the way they want to, but high ground is still capitalized on by Swing, so I think that's going to make Azure's job very different, but they are going to be taking out the main painter, and well, unfortunately, Thunder is going down here on the side of Azure, so they do lose a little bit of that frontline aggression, but as it stands now, despite all of Azure's efforts, Swing is still in main control, but this may just be shifting soon. Zenith in the back, able to get a pick, only to get that's going to be a trade instead, but I feel like Azure is just not able to make the dent they want just yet.
No, there's a lot of pain going in favor for Swing to be able to still keep up with their presence here. A good attempt from Senna there gets shut down, as now Azure has the player advantage here. They have specials online to be able to try and get a push going here. But the thing is, they're starting to run out of time. 20 ticks remaining for Swing, and the now being finally able to deal those penalty points to Swing means that they bought some extra time here. But Senna's here sharking in place, gets one, gets shut down, and now we see Azure trying their best to leverage that, convert that into a push of anything, but Swing is just holding on for too long.
Yeah, Swing just has complete control of the map, and despite all that pressure from Azure, it just wasn't enough. 2 minutes in, and Azure has only been able to make a 1-point debt. Again, those little cute little 2 penalty points, aren't they so adorable? But Swing is just ready to see this through. They just want to see this set over with, and I can feel it. And they are able to neutralize the zone here, and Azure is able to find 2 crucial picks with the plate out of the way. But again, it's just Norishio. Just amazes me. But finally, Dark, finally, we see points again for Azure.
Now, this is the pivotal moment for this game. How does Azure here wants to hold this? Because any big swing by Swing can absolutely just flip the script here and just ruin the remainder of the game, the remainder of tempo for Azure here. We do see the crab take coming out. Notice Shiro goes in deep with the zip caster to try and pull some tension away from the front line here, but Azure still holding it strong. Rimmeter looking to see exactly how they can approach this next fight here, but no, the Quartet from Thunder holds the line down too strong here as they now going on the defense side with Tactical here. They're not gonna blink at that pick there as they go down as Swing trying their best to force their entry here to capture the zone to deal those penalty points to Azure here, but they still go 3 down.
Now, if you're Azure and you're already struggling to keep pushes in your favor, this is the last thing you want. You do not want these penalty points applied. But that being said, they are also in the probably most advantageous position they could be in for the situation they are in. And I think if they can continue this momentum, unfortunately, they are losing their sap and their dualies, which can be a little bit difficult right here. Yosha just doing what they can to hold the field, especially with the oh goodness.
That is pivotal for Swing. Norishiro getting 2 down means that a wipeout is met for Azure's fate here. And now with 1 minute remaining, penalty points slowly taken away. With Senna set up shop here behind this crate, it's not a good look for Azure here. They need to try and find something, anything to break away from this hold here. Tactical is online here, but Senna is on the deep underside, just waiting for someone to come out and meet them. Getting Volty in the process. Can they get Thunder? No, but they're still wasting time.
Oh my goodness, what a hold from Swing. It feels like a dog that just won't let go. And they are seeing this all the way through these last 15 ticks. They are losing 2 players on the side of Swing. This was yours. One chance to get in here. Zen is able to find a crucial pick. That zone is going to be neutralized. Then Zen puts a cooler down, but it's not enough. The neutralized zone turns pink. And with these last 5 ticks, it's just not enough. Swing with a clean 3-0 sweep.
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest. That dive Norishiro did towards the end, they really solidified their victory here, being able to just cause so much disruption, pretty much break the hold that Azure was having there at the very end. Just really made it difficult for Azure to be able to get their footing again, because with how they've been playing against Swing, they needed a bit more time than they normally would to be able to actually flush Swing out, get set up proper, and be able to go back into that same hold that they were having right then and there. But not a lot of time was left. They had to try and force a quicker way in, and that fortunately just didn't work out for them.
Yeah, Swing, it just felt like they had the high ground the entire time. That's what this entire match felt like. Even in Azure's moment of advantage, it feels like Swing still kept calm and was just like, hey, no, it's okay. We still got this. We got no problems, no biggie, no nothing. Especially when you were looking at how Swing played in mid, it just felt so much more calm, a little bit more calculated. And Azure almost felt like they were starting to stagger. They had the tools to make it work, but I feel like just something about the way they were playing, whether it was the coordination or just the mental or the way that they were approaching the situation, felt a lot more, I want to say desperate, or just a little bit more stressed than what Swing had going on.
It's an unfortunate end there for Azure here, but yes, as we are waiting for our next set here, we do have a bit of a look in here from the other set of PXG versus Utopia, which one thing to note here about this set is that PXG is currently 2-0 up against Utopia.
And now Utopia did take down FTWin in the last set that we're watching, so I feel like PXG is right here aiming for revenge, and a beautiful spot they are. Again, this is just it all goes back. Can PXG keep this momentum going? Can they keep going? And, you know, from the Western side, you want to see PXG win. Like, I'm rooting for y'all. I'm like, guys, lock in. We got this. You got 2. Just make it 3.
Yeah, no, PXG definitely is the darling child for the West here, heading into not just this global gauntlet here, but for SWS as a whole. A lot of people are putting their hopes and prayers and their dreams into PXG here. So, I mean, with good reason, too. You know, Utopia is just kind of getting torn apart here by PXG. And, like, yeah, we know these past few sets has been a 2-0 in favor for PXG, but this is just, oh my goodness.
This is a public execution if I've ever seen it. I mean, look at that. PXG taking out Utopia. It's the middle of the night. Why are they suddenly throwing hands the second it hits past 12? Make it make sense. Like, I get it. We're all night owls or whatever, but like, come on.
Yeah. No, I mean, now they're going to be the ones who takes the title of being the first team to get 2 sets off of Japan. Again, we take any win we can. I'm celebrating that as the best I can here. But I mean, the bigger thing here is that this was a 3-0 win. You know, the last set they won, which was the first one we saw on the stream, was a 3-2 against ZEST. This was a clean cut 3-0.
It's so exciting. It feels like the more the tournament goes on, the more that our Western teams are adjusting to the playstyle of the JP players, and I think we're seeing that reflect in the scores. I'm not okay. I'm not okay, Dark.
But you know what is okay? The next set we're going to be watching here, which is going to be PXG against Emperor.
And currently, FTWin is down 0. Emperor is up 2. We are probably going to tune in here to the 3rd game just to see what's kind of going on. Let's take a little peek at them. Let's see what they're up to.
Yeah, going in on this look in here to see exactly how this set is going out. It does seem like FTWin does have the initial hold in their favor, but Emperor is looking very quickly to change that up here.
Yeah, again, we have a little bit of a PowerPoint thing going on here. Thanks, Twitch. We love you. But that being said, listen, don't blame me. Blame the service. But that being said, it looks like FTWin is doing a really good job at still holding their ground. This is our FTWin right here. This is one of our prize jewels of the West.
Yeah, I mean, looking at this game here, it makes me wonder if these past 2 games that FTWin has lost against Emperor were really like down to the wire, like buzzer beater, like literally only points away from one another, or if they were Emperors just coming in being the dominant nature they are and just clean sweeping them. It's hard to tell without actually sitting down and going back and watching the VOD in proper here, but FTWin is surely just being, you know, the best of the best and putting up a good fight against Emperor right now.
Yeah, but Emperor, again, it goes back to the set that we just watched. We were watching Swing and Azure. It feels like despite FTWin being able to make a couple moves here, Emperor is just still feeling generally in control of everything. Despite them losing some ground, they're not sweating it. They've been in pretty good control for the last minute here. So they've been doing a really good job at just keeping FTWin at bay. But speaking of FTWin, look at that. 2 got 3. Hello, Kyo?
Key on the bucket. What'd you expect, man? Like, it's exactly it's part of the script, man. Like, come on, like
it's part of the script. So all I have is a water bottle.
Yeah,
Is it cute if they're not gonna go in and get like a triple? How do you drink water, Dark?
This is my second one. You know, I drink a lot of water.
This is all I drink this set.
No, sure.
Anyway, FTWin is now 2 down. That's the problem right now. There are no penalty points for Emperor, and FTWin is just doing everything they can to desperately get out of the situation. But I don't know if you saw that. That's chance. That's what a chance looks like, Your Honor.
Yeah. No, it's definitely Emperor has FTWin in the corner here, but FTWin's not going down without a fight, being able to push past that initial hold here. It's definitely gonna. I do think this game we're seeing here might go to the full 5-minute length as FTWin is. I mean, true to the name, wants to win. They don't want to go out here now. You know, they still want to take as many games as they can. So Emperor is just trying their best to shut things down.
Yeah, and if you're Emperor, you really just want to close out this game, as do all teams when they are 2-0 up in a set of best of 5. So, but again, FTWin is just clawing their way out right now. And I can feel Kyo's energy just wanting to get those picks, get those crucial picks. But unfortunately, also I want to mention there are beacons literally online for Emperor, so that's just even worse. And with FTWin practically locked out and wiped out, there's no way out of that.
Yeah,
they've been buried deep.
An unfortunate sight to see here. FTWin going down 0-3 against Emperor, but it's definitely kind of setting the stage for this next game here. I mean, PXG and Emperor, both sides on this next set have just came back from a 3-0 victory. So it's definitely, I was looking at the lineup for our block today, and I was like, I'm excited for all these matches, of course, right? But this is the one I was like really eyeing. This is the one where like, all right, let's really put things to a test.
And I want to give you a really crucial piece of information. Good thing that we're going to the bracket. I'm looking into that because I want to mention that Emperor has not dropped a single game this entire tournament. As far as things stand, just looking at the scoreboard right now, not a game.
No.
They are called Emperor for a reason, but I think we should go ahead and look, take that peek at the bracket, methinks.
No, it's definitely, as we are seeing these scores here, we're finally getting a solid idea as to where everything sits, where everyone stands, you know. And I mean, you said it yourself, Emperor has not dropped a single game yet, but it's very much like, as we are seeing, taking just a look at everything, numbers are cool. I'm getting lots of words because I just like looking at all these stats, you know.
And I do want to mention, if you're looking at it from the top down, the team that is on the top, like let's say we're looking at PXG on that second column. That's a column, right? Yeah, it's a column. A PXG's number will be on the right. But if you're looking at PXG from the row towards the left side, their number is going to be on the left. Just so you guys don't get confused as to where the numbers are in the bracket.
Yeah, now that I'm realizing it, as I was looking at it, it did take me a second to like try and like grasp everything, but yeah, no, it is definitely a left right of how it should be read. But no, it's definitely, there's a few highlights, right? You know, a lot of the games, especially towards like when you look at PXG and FTWin, it's definitely a lot closer. You know, you don't really see that many 0-3s, but it's very much, as you look at some of the other teams, you know, unfortunately, I think I noted this as well, Black Lotus has not won a single game so far.
Yeah, and like, if you are them, it is incredibly devastating to not come up with a single game. But at the same time, it can also serve as motivation to see what things look like going next. You know what you need to do. You know, to beat the JP players, you gotta fight the JP players. You gotta know their antics. You gotta know what they're scheming and what they're up to. You know, so I think it's just a really good learning experience for those that unfortunately weren't able to win as many games as they wanted.
Also, as I'm looking at here as well, I'm looking at the total win tallies here. PXG is currently sitting at a win-loss of 10-11. They're at practically a 50% win rate here. And in second place in terms of the teams of the West is at FTWin. It was FTWin who's 8-13. There's a very clear divide there, and it's actually kind of amazing to see a 50% win rate.
It really is. I mean, when you compare it to the teams on JP, they got like the most losses we're seeing is 7. 7 is the biggest loss number we've seen. And when you have like 3 teams of 4, and then you look to the West, the lowest number of games lost is 11. So we're doing better. We're doing better. That's what matters. We didn't all get knocked out immediately.
But yeah, no, it's definitely the thing to keep in mind as we head into our next set here, folks. Of course, as mentioned earlier, this is PXG versus Emperor. We've already seen PXG already, but Emperor here, I do believe, is a first time for this stream here. Of course, your roster being Lobster on the S-Blast, Negora on the Heavy Splatling, Nispa on the Dapadulis, I forgot the name of those for a second, and Chiaki on the 96 Gal.
And I really want to note that both Lobster and Naigora both won SWS last time. So they definitely have experience fighting us over here in the West. And I think if I'm them, I'm like, yeah, you know what? I haven't lost a single game all the time. We're going to take it seriously. But I think we got this, you know? And now if you're PXG, you're like, we got to throw hands.
Yeah. I mean, this team is one of the biggest and scariest teams moving into this global gauntlet here. I mean, both two players winning from SWS last season, however you want to angle it, right? But also Lobster and Nispa and Chiaki are both are all players who have won previous area cup winners, right? But they also just have a lot of experience with one another, and it's just this is definitely looking at what PXG is going to be going up against. I'm hope-filled for the West. I wanted to make this clear, right? I am 100% a shooter for the West, but I am kind of scared.
Yeah, again, when you look at the track record, they won the Gachi King tournament, which was like the best of the best tournament from Nintendo. Scary. And they also had the most area cup title wins.
Yeah.
So it's just it's just scary. It's a scary boss. And PXG, you guys are our final hope to take a game off of Emperor here, because they've been incredibly dominant. And again, these players, we know why. They are just that goated.
Yeah. And being that goated, you will be seeing exactly what the stages are going to be like for this set here. Out the gate, PXG strikes out Urchin Underpass and Flounder Heights, I guess.
Stop being sad about Flounder. I'm glad it's gone.
Oh, whatever, man.
Wow,
Let
wow,
me
wow,
have
wow,
my
wow.
wins, all right?
Listen, do not speak to me. When Urchin Underpass and Flounder Heights leave the building, I'm cheering. I speak for many when I say they gotta be taken out.
Whatever, man.
Urchin Underpass and Flounder Heights. Everyone cheered.
And what about the other side? What do they got stricken out?
See, Ilta Alley, I'm not mad about either. Y'all look at me as a filthy Charger main, but I know. Okay, I'm happy with all of these. I can hear Topic sneezing in the back and yelling in the back about Bloof and getting taken out, but that's not our problem. We're going to Wild World.
Building. Without the FTWin influence this time around, we're going back to Wild World with two completely new sets here on this stage specifically, and I'm very curious to see how things might look out here. I mean, of course, Emperor running, if they stay true to their word, running that that comp revolving under the heavy splatling. I'm curious to see exactly what PXG wants to do coming in here.
I also want to mention off the side here that Area Cup is also casting this set. So currently all eyes are on this last remaining set, the top seats for both the West and JP. So this is exciting for everyone watching right now. And I think it's really cool that we're all united on this front, and it's going to be a great one. So we got a couple ways it can go. We don't take a game, or we take a game. And if we take a game, we cheer.
If you're a true believer, there's one way this goes, all right? We can actually put a good fight against Emperor, take a game, maybe push it to the Game 5 scenario. I'm hopeful and optimistic, but I'm also not insane. But we'll see if we can get to that point anyways here as we get a kickoff here to see exactly what PXG might be adjusting on their side getting into this game.
Yeah, and interestingly enough, Noah is back on that leader. Not interestingly enough, we do see Noah on that leader, but no leader from the side of Emperor. Naigora is back on their trusty heavy splatling, and I think both of these are going to be a good pick, but it is going to be a lot on Noah to make sure these picks go through. And already big waves from PXG. Huge waves from PXG. It's just one player left. That is a delayed wipe for the players at PXG. This is looking good.
Yeah, exactly what you want to see if you are a fan of the West and if you're a fan of PXG here. Out the gate, getting practically a delayed wipeout on your side and keeping Emperor in place, in check, locked out, and even getting these picks on top of it as well to keep your momentum going. Already down 50 ticks remaining, but the Ink Vacuum comes out to try and get a push going here. Unfortunately, does not find much of anything except for a push, but 3 down out the gate for Emperor here. They do get the zone, but PXG is gonna be able to get it just back in a matter of seconds.
And I think those penalty points are just huge for the players of Emperor. Say that, Goss with an excellent 3 down, and Meat Spot here is just not able to see any picks right here. Despite Emperor's efforts, PXG is still very, very strongly holding on to this zone. But as it stands, Nagora just doing everything they can to cause a little bit of mayhem, seeing that wave breaker out and that back from Chiaki. That should be enough to keep the zone in their favor. And just like that, it is going to be flipping as finally Emperor is able to see purple past the zone again.
Yeah, a good flip from Emperor to actually get their footing for the first time this entire game so far. But PXG is not going to let that go lightly. They already took it out Chiaki here. Now looking to try and find the next victim here. Lobster goes down as Gauss here looking to try and make some sort of leverage, some sort of advantage with their weapon here. As Emperor is still running away with those penalty points, chipping away at least a little by little. But unfortunately for them, PXG, that push somehow just fell apart.
Yeah, no, right now Emperor is giving PXG a taste of their own medicine. Now PXG find themselves in the position of a difficult retake. It is notoriously difficult to get your footing back here on Wahoo World. I don't know if it's the dizziness from the ride or just whatever this map layout is, but again, Emperor is still holding a really strong lead. They are able to get that lead here from the claws of PXG, but PXG fighting back, just doing everything they can to get some pain on the zone. Chiaki with a crucial back. A splashdown is not enough to even neutralize his zone, but no, fear not. PXG is able to get a cap on the zone, but not without the damage done already.
Yeah, the damage has been done. You lost the lead. They're down to 15 ticks remaining on the zone. But the important thing is that you have control of the zone and you are looking to try and get your own defense set up here. Unfortunately for you though, you weren't able to quickly rectify that in time, allowing Emperor just to come in and start applying pressure immediately out the gate on the incoming here, being able to potentially even get the lead swap here or the zone flip in their favor here to just keep this lead in their favor.
And right now, Emperor is just getting the crucial picks that they need to keep this push going, and PXG finds themselves on the back foot, losing players one by one. But as I say, that is 3 down on Emperor. Grays, the last stand, is able to get the trade, but Nagora got the jumps in. It is just Noah here on the active front line, then a vac on its way to prevent them from taking any shots forward. Again, Emperor using that vac, making their way forward. Chiaki here has been doing an excellent job at keeping their team in the play and proving an excellent distraction as well. Seems like Goss was able to see right through that, bringing that cooler to the field. 10 ticks left on the board right here. PXG's last chances arrive. It's only 2 players left on the board. They'll strike him out to do some neutralizing. Goss on the zone, just so slightly away from getting the zone, but it just barely everyone's in fighting, and Emperor sees it through.
What was an absolutely textbook, tried and true, best case scenario opening for PXG slowly fell apart as the game went on. Emperor keeping their cool even in the face of such a dreadful opening for them, just was able to clean it up, get PXG off kilter, get them off tempo, and be able to just snowball that into just an avalanche to be able to clean that up.
I just couldn't agree more. I feel like Emperor was almost shocked by PXG's opening initially, because PXG had a phenomenal opening. They had a really good hold, but it seems that Emperor, once they finally got their footing, they pushed PXG into that position themselves. And again, Wahoo World is notoriously difficult for getting out of, and PXG almost, it was right there, almost kept themselves in the game in the last second. But something tells me that this is only setting the scene for the rest of the set. And honestly, I'm excited. PXG pushing Emperor to the brink and may just be the team that can take a game off of them. And if you ask me, I want to see it.
Yeah, no, I mean, the stats back it up. PXG is the team here who can actually take a game off of Emperor here. So it's gonna be up to how these next sets and series of stage strikes and map selection goes here. Museum del Foncino and Marlin Airport has got tossed out by Emperor with their strikes here, as we see what PXG wants to try and take this second game to.
It's definitely not going to be one that doesn't favor their leader right here. I think right now they want to keep doing Noah some favors so they can continue getting some picks. And also, I forgot Emperor had beacons active.
Yes.
That did so much for them. So I think PXG also has to find a work around that. So maybe a map that beacons aren't the most comfortable on wouldn't be a bad pick. Like something a little bit more tighter. Let's see, let's think. Mahi's one of them. Inkblot can be a little bit finicky with beacons as well. Maybe picks they can do here. Honestly, I don't think we've seen Mahi yet, and I would love to see a Mahi game. I know people have a lot of mixed feelings about Mahi, so it depends, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, this is a very interesting position for PXG. You know, it's very much you're looking at Emperor, seeing their track record, seeing who they have on their lineup. It's very much like, okay, we have to try and make anything work here. And I mean, from the first time we saw them at the beginning of this stream here, they do where they go. They had some picks here. I'm trying to. They have picked Makomar in the past. They have picked Bluefin in the past. Bluefin was a very interesting pick that they took. Let me check my notes again. A ZEST 2 in the beginning here. So I think PXG is open to a lot of the more unorthodox stages here.
Yeah, unfortunately, you're not getting funner, so we can only get so unorthodox, honestly.
All right.
Yeah, you love me. It's all fun and games, so they go to Lemuria, but I think the beacons would do them a little bit unfortunate. But yeah, I could see Mako being on the list somehow. Don't even look at me, Hammerhead. I don't even want to think about Mincemeat or Hammerhead. Because don't laugh now. I'm going to Mincemeat.
Yeah. Okay. I knew the weird pick was gonna happen. We haven't seen Mincemeat Metalworks yet here in the stream in this series today, so it's first time, you know.
Dark.
Yeah.
We almost escaped it. We almost escaped it.
What, Mincemeat?
Mincemeat Metalworks.
No, you can never.
Come on now. We can never escape it. But again, it makes sense. They have a leader on board. They want to outrange the heavy. But right now, as it stands, because the thing is, if you try to stand on that edge, Nightwater can only paint so much without putting themselves in the range as a leader. So I feel like Noah's going to have a major target on their back. So I'm not surprised if we see some sort of Zuko or something to really reach Noah and make sure that they don't have as many opportunities to stay stationary and stay stable. Because I think that'll be a big thing for Emperor going into this map.
Yeah, well, the thing is, though, I don't think, unless Emperor feels like really changing it up, I'm pretty sure their weapon lineup is pretty much locked into what they brought so far. So it would be a surprise to try and pull something specifically for the Elator, but I don't think that's what they're thinking here. I think they're very confident in how they've been playing, what they've been brought in to so far, not just today, but in just their time together as at least the three trio that is I'm blanking right now. Lobster, Nispa, and Chiaki here. But the second game, it's gonna be interesting to see exactly what gets brought. Custom E-Leader coming out from Noah though, and what am I here for?
We have no long-range weapons. No one is challenging Noah on the front, but it seems that the back and Zuka, the Ink Zuka, is going to be making huge waves there. Really just preventing that small zone from being capped. So I think Chiaki being alive, unfortunately, they're going to be going down here on this opening. But again, PSG has been so dominant on these openings already. Big waves, but it seems the Emperor is ready to return that favor, able to even out the score a little bit. It's still a big fight in neutral, but again, the players of Emperor continue to go down. It's spot right here, going down themselves as well to Gray. Gray has been pulling weight on this opening. I think half of those kills are credited to them, and that splash down here to help help neutralize that zone, bring things forward. But Gray is just in a position, or was in a position, to really be a thorn in Emperor's side.
I gotta say, Nispa is very much a guiding bolt for Emperor, as they're just constantly converting, constantly skirmishing, constantly poking PXG from all these different angles here, not giving them any breathing room whatsoever. And what was a good opener from PXG just slowly kind of dwindled away to a hold from Emperor here. And now they're running away with these points. They're setting up their own line here at defense. We have Tacticaler online. If Infinity Ticks has already gone by, PXG needs to move in fast here before they start letting this lead spiral away.
Yeah, and as time ticks, the less aware you become of it every once in a while. But it seems like PHG has things under control, bringing those strikes onto the field, just doing everything they can, taking Lobster off the field is massive, not letting that Luna run free right here. Nigora is next on the list, but is able to get away with her life, and Emperor strongly controlled. That is 3 down for PXG, and Nispa is able to get another pick off of them. This is that last stand for PXG, but if you ask me, there is no reversing the damage it has already done. The scar hasn't even formed, but Gray just doing everything they can in zone, and just as I say that, it's not enough. The whistle blows and Emperor takes another game.
Yeah, I mean, what do you do here as PXG? You had you consistently have good openings against Emperor. You know, you get the first pick, or you get the first few set of points here to really start getting your own tempo going. But the question is, what is happening there after that first hold that Emperor finds and abuses and just kind of takes you apart bit by bit?
Yeah, I feel like Emperor just did a better job at staggering those kills against PXG. It wasn't always just like a wipeout. It's just they were doing a great job at collapsing at players when they were by themselves. And by the time they were able to start that stagger, it felt like PXG wasn't really able to recover. It's like they were trying to initiate things that they weren't really able to see fully through without the manpower, if that makes sense. But again, once Emperor just had a really good hold, they were strolling their way to victory by that point.
Yeah, no, and I gotta say as well, from Emperor's side, Nispa was doing such a good job with all the skirmishing, all the fighting, all the engagement. And there was a point there that I was like, at the beginning, Nispa was like painting the zone and trying to find an engage on the front line, and I think someone from Emperor, I forget who, got picked off, and mid-roll to try and repossession, they instantly turned to where that fight was and went to go pick off that player from PXG without and I want you to know that that pick from one of PXG's players in their favor happened only not even a second ago. The fact they were able to just quickly turn around just like that just shows just that level that not only Nispa is on, but Emperor is on as a whole.
It's just so satisfying to see how connected these players are, and really it comes down to game knowledge. Be like, help! It takes. They may not even have to call for help now.
Help. Yeah,
help. That's all it takes. It was help me. Or they may hear the fight in the back. A lot of these players probably have really good, unless you're playing without audio, then you're a little weirdo or whatever. But again, audio is also a really big thing. If they're playing with that, they can hear the fight behind them. They're or a quick this way, and it's just I gotta go help my buddy. Oh, there's no mahi, whatever. They hate me. They actually just hate me, actually.
Yeah, that's what we want to say here.
Yeah, this is what I get out of this set, actually. They hate mahi. It's okay. It's not even my favorite. La 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 la.
Yeah, I mean, the strikes coming in. As you mentioned earlier, Mahi is picked off with Maria, but we are taking PXG wants to take potentially their last game here, their last stand here, their last chance to take one game off of Emperor. We're going to Mako Mart.
Yeah, and I love Mako Mart. There's resources for everybody. This is one of those rated E for everybody maps. I think it's kind of unfortunate if you hate Mako Mart, because I think you may just be a little bit wrong. Again, a lot of Blaster profit from here. A lot of Anchor, both Splatlings and Chargers do incredibly well. So if you're an E leader, if you're a heavy Splatling, you're going to be okay. Don't worry about it. Even better if you're a Slosher. If you're a Slosher, you are actually having a field day. Same with Rollers. There are so many options for a lot of different weapons on this map that it's honestly one of our most even ones. So if you remember, we did take a game on Mako Mart here. So I think if we're going to be attempting to try and turn things around, I think this is the map to do it.
Yeah, no, it's definitely PXG is putting everything they can here for this game, you know, and of course it's, you know, to stay alive for this, and of course it's part of the competition, you know, you're at match point already, you don't want to lose out a game here, but it's specifically you're fighting against Emperor, who hasn't dropped the game yet. You want to really prove yourself and want to say, hey, we took a game off of Emperor, we can actually fight proper against them, you know? So this is where PXG wants to make that statement, wants to make that stand here. And as we get in the load in here, Emperor doing a mild adjustment on their confidence again. They got bringing you the heavy splat link this time around.
And I do want to mention that PXG was faster to enter the middle here than Emperor was. But right now, Emperor is going to be the first team to take the zone in their favor. But unfortunately, Gray went down. Gray went down first thing here on the side of PXG. And this is where this collapse starts right now. Soja can only do so much in this corner, being sent back to the respawn point with the rest of their teammates. But again, the Gray is back and swinging, trying to just cover any ground that they can as it stands now. Nispa.
Yeah, I will try to help you as we see Lobster going in deep with the Zipcaster, finding two before being forced to recall here. Time is ticking down, 46 remaining, a wipeout against PXG. Things are not looking good here. They really only have one last encounter in this game, in this set, to try and take a game off of Emperor here. Chiaki popping the ink back to try and slow down PXG on the incoming here. Noah goes down, unfortunately, as we're running out of time, running out of players. There's no one left to contest it in mid. PXG just hold up on their side of the map. A clean 100-0 victory for Emperor as they take this set 3-0.
No contest from the side of PXG, and as much as they may have wanted, they just staggered way too hard, and by the time they realized the situation they were in, it was over. The Emperor remains on top, crowned with a no games loss in Global Gauntlet Finals 1.
I mean, to be fair, right, PXG had one really good run today. 2 sets, full sets off today, on top of a bunch of different games taken off of other teams, you know. Going down 2-3 against Swing, 1-3 against ezmd, you know, 1-3 against 07 Quartet, and of course the 3-0 we saw, we watched briefly against Utopia. You've been taking games all day long, only for you at the very end against Emperor, the untouchable team, not being able to take a game off there. I'm good about that. I feel great about that.
They got pushed to the brink, though. It got close earlier in the set. That's the thing. We all, coming after last year's SWS, where we all got knocked out relatively early, and then going into this Global Gauntlet, the goal, one game or a set, like a set in our mind was like, the collective mindset was, if we can win a game, we're good. If we can win a set, I think we're delusional. But I think you never know. And you know what we got? We got multiple sets. In fact, we got 3.
Yeah.
So,
yeah.
I forgot something. You know what 3 sets does?
What does 3 sets
Mark
do?
for celebration. It marks for celebration. You guys get a treat.
Yeah. That.
Beluga plane.
Sure, man.
Beluga. The Beluga plushie. This is your treat for winning 3 sets.
But yeah, no.
The Beluga plane.
I gotta say though, it's definitely been. I feel pretty good about today on the Western side. You know, it may not be, you know, some of us are delusional enough to think, you know, we could have taken on more sets. It's me. But it's still, you know, something to be happy about. And of course, as things begin to wrap up here, a final look at the bracket on this side of things here. FTWin currently down 2 against ZEST. ezmd got lost to Swing with a 2-3. Azure is 1-2 against ezmd. Black Lotus 1-3 against 07 Quartet, and No Mercy 1-2 against Utopia. So we're getting a good consistent amount of games here from this first Global Gauntlet. But I do believe, Fufu, that does wrap up this first Global Gauntlet.
Again, it is currently 12:30. It is getting late for all of us.
E36.
So again, God, you need to get a bed. That being said, I think we've had an excellent run today. I think we got more than what we came for. And that being said, there is going to be another Global Gauntlet. The dates are not out yet. There's going to be a second Global Gauntlet, so do keep your eye on that. And to those that are playing today, I hope that you guys have a little bit more context or are going to be a little bit more prepared going into the next event, because I know y'all got this. We're doing a lot better, and it can only go uphill from here. That being said, make sure you show love to the teams that played today. I know things are tough, but you guys all played phenomenally. That being said, Dark, where can the people find you? What are your closing thoughts?
Closing thoughts. I'm really happy with today. I said that a million times, but I won't keep saying that. But I'm really happy today. I'm a Western believer. I do think we will be putting up one really good show when the final showdown comes out at the end of this series. But find me, SPF Dark. It's whatever. I'm tired. I'm ready to go to bed.
Yeah, that means you can find me at SwapPayFu at thoughtsensorsearch.inc. I will be tweeting around, doing my things, but Dark, you and I are both tired. You guys all have a great night. Thanks for staying up with us. I hope you guys enjoyed the show.
Take a moment right here, feeling like it's out gear, driving towards the sun with a rose and a gun, feel the wind in my hair, going on